Alright then. So, hello there. It's, yeah, happy 29th birthday, Doom. That's crazy to think that even, for a game that was made in the 90s, people still play it today. I mean, of course, not as much as compared to a bunch of other games that are out there today. Because there are so many games out there today, but all vary in quality though. But for Doom, it's pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing because, I mean, just Doom on its own, okay? Just simply Doom, okay? It was earth-shattering at the time, because think about it. 1993. You didn't have Half-Life back then. Half-Life, the original Half-Life would only release like 5 years later. You didn't even have Call of Duty back then. Wait. How late was it actually for the original Call of Duty to actually release? Like the original? I actually do want to know. 2003. Damn. Now that's old as well. I mean, still, it's been, of course, in varying quality, but like Doom, as well, in pretty much everyone's opinion, has only failed once, and it was with Doom 3. Because it was too different. That's the thing. It was too different. It was trying to do something too different. It was trying to be like too rationally different, And I've seen someone say it follows closely in just the opening follows closely in Half-Life's footsteps, and apparently too closely because of just like how it starts off. The general ambiance, and when you start off, you're given liberty to explore the UAC facility, going around and stuff like that. It's just like Half-Life does. Half-Life, it starts like that. You just go around, talk to people, and interact with stuff, and a bunch of stuff like that. And that's pretty much the only misstep that Doom really did. The original Doom is now 29 years old, which is insane to think about. I actually don't really know what to say now, legitimately, because I knew I wanted to do something special, but I think I kinda know what I want to do. Kinda. Anyway, yeah, the original Doom is now 29 years old. Still very active community. With the with a bunch of WASs that have been released, and the new source ports like Peerboom Plus still being, which by the way I don't use, because, well, first of all, the only reason why I got GC Doom because I was too tired of the Unity port on Steam crashing all the time when I keep dying, because I kept dying and it would bring up the menu all the time. And it would like do an invisible menu where you don't actually see the menu. It's just there, but you just can't see it. It's there. It's as if you're interacting with it each time you're pressing a button, because you hear like the ting 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 each time you go down in the menu. It's very bizarre. It was very bizarre, and apparently I was not the only one, because I knew we did that a few times before. And I think it happened once when I was playing the master levels for Doom 2 in one of my videos. It actually happened there, and when I pressed the switch when playing a level, I think it was when I was playing Subterra, I think. No, it was when I was playing Subspace. There we go. That one's different. When I was playing Subspace in the master levels, in the Doom 2 port, the Doom 2 Unity port, because they're all in one, literally. And side note, can I just say that is really stupid? Because, there's actually, there's Doom 2 Hell on Earth, which includes, obviously, Doom 2 and the master levels. And you have separately master levels for Doom 2. Oh, what the hell, bruh? What's the point? What's the point? It's already in there anyway, so what's the point to make another one? But, yeah, that was, that was weird, but whatever. I mean, we can technically say mass levels is a misstep, technically, but then again, it wasn't made by the software, so, yeah. Whatever. Ow. Doom 2, though, Doom tries to do more stuff with what it does. Wait, okay. Wait, no. I'm trying to go too fast here. Hang on a minute there. Okay. The original Doom was literally... Okay. Maybe we could go just even a little bit further back than that. We could go to like Wolfenstein, which is Wolfenstein 3D, which is actually 30 years old, by the way. That was like the sort of 3D, we can say sort of 3D, because, you know, you actually do see like a different height of wall. I mean, you do see like an environment that goes like this, and then a hole that goes like this and shrinks a little bit when you go farther, when it's farther away and stuff like that. But of course, in varying degrees. Fuck. I was so sure I had more than that. Anyway, I was I saying again? Fuck. Okay, so yeah, it was sort of 3D, but not quite yet. It didn't look as much as Doom. It didn't look quite as what Doom looks today, you know. You have, I mean, it was like a prototype of a 3D game, a really prototype, a really early prototype of a 3D engine. But then you actually ended up a year later with Doom, which people could argue is still one of the biggest debates today. I mean, one of the biggest debates in the Doom community: is Doom actually 3D? Is Doom actually 3D or not? Well, from what I learned from Decino and like a Volvo's analysis video, I can pretty much say that actually it's. I mean, I can pretty much say that it actually is. Because, okay, for like the perspective of the auto aim, you know, the auto aim when you just go one direction and then it'll shoot directly downwards. That part is coded as 2D. But if you know, if let's say an imp is like a little bit higher than you, an imp is a little bit higher than you, an imp is like right here, you know, and he actually shoots a projectile towards you. The projectile will go like this, and if you move closer to the platform, like there, just like standing right there, after it shoots it, you'll see it'll pass right above you. You'll see it'll pass above you. So from that point, it has to be 3D, right? That's the thing. Only for the auto aim part, the code is in 2D for the auto aim, but everything else, what you see, the lifts that you interact with, the different floor heights, and the projectile direction is 3D. Just not the auto aim. That was what was, well, mostly bonkers at the time. It was something that nobody thought of. Just even how it was done. The whole thing, how it was done, was actually pretty insane. And well, actually, shut up. I will shut up about just the history of Doom because, well, later we'll watch actually John Romero himself actually talk about it. It was a video that he did at not GDC. He was somewhere. I can't remember where. But it was like something like 5 years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago, or something. But anyway, what I want to do now is actually go and read the CAC Awards or for those who don't know, are pretty much the equivalent of more recently the Game Awards, but just specifically for Doom ones. Like those are popular, those are very different, or those are just a bunch of ways they can actually go in there, and those awards will actually add up to my. I'll actually have to add them to my currently long list of Doom mods that I have planned to play. Which is something I still want to do, by the way, but I don't know when I can actually be able to start actually posting them, because I did record 2 of them. I recorded like, because I'm going from order of time, from oldest to newest. That's what I mean. I did 2 of the oldest so far. But the next ones I couldn't quite make it work properly. But I keep forgetting to actually ask my friend about it. But anyway, it seems as though that this year, it seems as though we're gonna have a lot of stuff for this. So let's jump right in. But before that, we don't want sappy music like this. We want something a little bit that fits a little bit better. Ah, there we go. That's a bit better. What am I saying? That is better. Okay. Alright then. I'm really curious. I can see a little bit of what there is there. There's only one I know of in there. And I am happy that one is in there, but we'll see for the rest. So, without further ado, let's go. Hey, can I put this in full screen? Alright, there's an F key to do. There we go. And it's always on Doom World. Whoa. Okay. The CAC awards are, they're literally awards given to special WADs, and well, it actually happened once that there was a physical copy of a CAC award, and it was given to John Romero himself when he came back in 2016 with Tech Gone Bad, specifically. That's nice art, actually. Okay, so here we have, Lifetime. Okay, so like when you click, it does that. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Let me put that in full again. There we go. Okay, so here we have a Cyber Demo, a attacker over here, and I think that's Hell Knight, like Hell Knight from 2016 and Eternal. Here we have a Baron, of course, or Hell Knight from the original, whatever. Invocation, okay. Run an introduction to an online awards ceremony for Doom Walls called the CAC Awards, which is published annually on December 10th. The introduction should welcome the reader, assure them that 2022 was an excellent year for Doom Walls, and introduce 2 new riders for the awards named Val and Terminus, as well as bidding farewell to a rider named Major Orlean. Aww. The style should be playful but also formal. Also, it should be in rhyming verse for some reason. Okay, so let's see. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, so all of Thankmas just hit 5 million? What? It wasn't even at 3 million, like just a few minutes ago. What happened? What happened? Did Mr. Beast pop out of nowhere and did something? What? Sorry, I sorry I came out of nowhere, but yeah, it was just wow. Okay. Well, congratulations to them, really, seriously, and because they're doing something that's very, very big, very important to well, pretty much everyone. You know, it's a very noble thing to do. And you had so many people, and it's really nice to see them all coming together. Okay. Welcome to the CAC Awards, where Doom ones are always adored. In 2022, we had a great year with many new ones to cheer. We're pleased to introduce you to Val, a Terminus who's bound to make you smile. It's also time to bid farewell to Major Arlene, who served us well. Join us as we celebrate the best of Doom mods and put them to the test. We thank you to Bojas Bo for our title picture and banner this year. It does look really cool, the art. Alright, so start directly with the SP Award for Lifetime Achievement. Alright, so let's see what we have here. France P. Xinf de Vries. A community since its inception has been blessed with the kind of stability that eludes many others on the internet. Wait, hang on, I need to change the music. Actually, no, it's just gonna change on its own. I think it's gonna be fitting as well. Here we go. A community since its inception has been blessed with the kind of stability that eludes many others on the internet. A big reason for this has undisputably been the long-term commitment some members have shown towards the scene that, for most of us, amounts to no more than a hobby in the end. However, few have managed to achieve such an indelible yet almost mystical presence as Franz P. de Vries, better known as his alias Xinf. Despite being a pillar of our community, has maintained a lower profile than some other supergiants, and it is possible that some of our readers may not be immediately familiar with his work. Notwithstanding the fact that he has been involved in our scene since the very start, all the way back to 1993. Damn. To chronicle his exploits does, in reality, require two different tales entirely, because there's been a considerable gap between his leave of absence at the end of the previous century and his return in style in 2015. Yet what makes some accomplishments so extraordinary is that one would be sincerely hard-pressed to determine which of his two main periods of activity have proven more invaluable. But let's go back to the beginning. Xinf was a part of the Doom community before there really was a Doom community as we know it. Long before the times of the forum boards, and even before the Games Archive came to be, Xinf was already a regular on the Usenet news groups formed during the game's pre-release hype. After becoming a moderator and contributing to several important FAQs of the time, Xinf eventually became the principal maintainer of the eGames Archive itself, starting in December 1995, until handing over the reins to Ty Halderman in early 1997. May he rest in peace, by the way. During this time, Ty Halderman, may he rest in peace. During this time, one of his key achievements was obtaining direct permission. During this time, one of his key achievements was obtaining direct permission from id Software to upload the venerable alpha versions to the archive, with all the implications for modding and the history of Doom itself that those ended up having. Oh, and did you know he was a great artist back then already? Heh. Nice. They hit 3 million. That got a 1 million more than Dwayne Johnson's Tequila Company. Okay, they hit 3 million. Then got 1 million more. Then Dwayne Johnson's Tequila Company dropped at 500k. That's 4.5 million if you keep count. And the 500k got doubled. It equals 5 million. Whoa. God. Anyway, let's keep going as we do. Okay. Then did you know he was a great ASCII artist back then already? Damn, that's pretty good. I don't understand how people manage to do this, by the way. I don't know how he does, because there's so many symbols in here that you're really not used to use. So then when you see just all of them all in the row, it's like, that's what take fucking eternity to do. Okay, but anyway. Xinf created the very first Big Doom ASCII logo that they used in Hey Clue Cart. Well, yes, I would. Yes, I did like to know, but yeah. So, yeah. Thanks for telling me, because that is actually pretty insane. Yeah. For another let's go for another year until we actually get to the 30th anniversary next year. That's gonna be really, really ridiculous. Nice. I really like it. I really do like the ASCII logo here. Let it use in Hey Clue Cards official Doom FAQ. Huh. But then there was silence for a while. The community continued to prosper as it became clear that no matter how many hot FPS games would be released on the market, Doom would just not die. And in 2015, Xinf decided that, after all, he was not done with this game just yet. In 2016, he joined the independent Doom Wiki, the main hub of history and information for all things Doom related. To say that his return heralded a torrent of new content and features would be an understatement. He hadn't merely started adding crucial information about Doom's earliest days and providing seemingly endless and cooperative fixes to pages, but the biggest amount of work has, without a doubt, went into multiple of scripts. Hang on.
Reflection on...
No. Hang on. I need to put some more music. How about I put yeah. No. Shut up. Hang on. Currently, say waiting, please. Oh. Yeah. I think this could be fitting. Again. Okay. Back to this. Let me make myself just a little bit bigger. Just like that. Okay. First of all, a great deal of new tools were created which allowed for things ranging from extracting statistics from Doom maps and outputting them in a wiki-friendly format to obtaining and interfacing speedrunning information from DSDA, which is the Doom Speed Demo Archive, and automatically filling it into the wiki tables. But the star of the show has definitely been the programming and implementation of the aptly named XimFont, which can be fed instructions for specific tasks, resulting in mass batches of edits generating level pages for individual maps and megawatts. I don't need to tell you how many this community produces. That is pretty insane. I really did not know about that. Map preview editions, categorization, and anything else you can think of. This, wait. Didn't see. And anything else you can think of. There we go. This system works so impeccably that on answering a newcomer's question regarding article creation, fellow DoomWiki BZB Quasar ended up quipping that the efficiency is such it apparently leads people to think the articles are generated spontaneously. 30,000? That's like literally the 30,000 amount of editing? Wow. Doom changed my life. Yes, really. Ximf reached 30,000 edits on the wiki this year, and insurmountable, there we go, feat for most, and this is without counting the Ximf bot edits. Even though his two main periods of activity are strikingly different in what they brought to the table, one can easily say how his approach has always been characterized by two things: rigorous, comprehensive work, and the focus on community needs and wants. Need a big and beautiful ASCII logo for your definitive Doom FAQ in 1984? No problem. Want near monthly recaps of all the happenings on the one true wiki with specifics on what gets added to each category? Done and done. You've come to realize a better interface for uploading WADs to id games is now highly needed due to FTP protocol being phased out? You got it. Time and time again, Ximf has proven himself to be an excellent architect, regardless of the specific platform he chose to make his Adobe on. And as the community's tenants, it can be easy to perceive all this as nearly invisible, and to take it for granted. Ximf's excellence, then, shines through through for those who look just a bit closer, because virtually every single change he's made, every tool he's programmed, and every decision he's taken all looks to the future. Leave no stone unturned is the name of the game, and articles were come repeatedly to spot even the tiniest of mistakes. And changes apply to several pages instead of just one, because if such seemingly minor issues are not taken care of now, they would only lead to problems for others who attempt to use the tools and the wiki later. Such level of professionalism in the community is simply virtually unparalleled. That couldn't be more true. Wow. And to update 1990s history or any classic games where I can. To update timeline, gamers.org, the Games Archive, Usenet groups, RJCD support team, Doom help service, add updates towards also like all those that have passed away, or just like just a bunch of other things. John Van Essen, Piotr Kapizewski, Ty Haldeman, Richard Ward, Tony Lesser, Raphael Quinnett, Mike Newton, Juice Scher, Ian Mapleson, Paul Falstad, Tom Neff, others, me. Play through all of Doom 2, TNT Evolution, and the Plutonian Experiment, and proofread/improve their level spaces and Ultimate Dooms along the way or afterwards. Of course, I played Doom 2 numerous times back in the day, so the trip down memory lane was augmented via Brutal Doom on GZ Doom. The late, great Ty Alderman kindly sent me a boxed copy of Final Doom in 1996, but I never got around to playing it until now. Oh. While I do own box copies of Hexen and Strife, I never got around to playing more than their demos. I did, however, complete Heretic SOTSR. Box copies of Doom 3 and Resurrection Evil, and a digital copy of the last mission were also completed. In games upload. That's like the the center of the plate. And yet one thing remains. Okay, the 8 games. Sorry, this little part here. The 8 games uploader panel, a much needed tool to make archival onto the site more convenient for everyone. Thanks, Ximph. And yet one thing remains definitive. Ximph writes in the opening paragraph for his Doom Wiki user page that Doom has changed his life. What's every bit as true is that Ximph himself has changed all of our lives, immeasurably for the better, and we cannot possibly thank him enough. Wow. Well, I guess it's actually time to start going through the real stuff now, eh? No, hang on. I need to fill up my water bottle because I didn't think it would be that empty that quickly. Alright, so let me get right back. Alright, now let's change the music a bit for now this next section. Let's go with I think, yeah, let's stick with this. Alright, now that's better. Alright, so here's the big part. Here's the part that well, it's pretty much the main focus of the whole thing, but still there, you know? Alright, so let's go. Do this. And let's start. Whoa, whoa. Okay. Well, hey, we'll wait a bit. Okay, so we start with the Magenta Spire by The Lamp. Oh, who joined at 2008. Cool. And it's a Doom 2 WAD and with MBF compatible and has 16 maps. Okay. Set on a remote listening outpost somewhere in the forgotten backwater of the galaxy, the Magenta Spire takes place concurrently with and essentially functions as a retelling of the story of the original Doom. Far from a classically minded project, however, the map set twists and distorts its familiar premise into a maximalized monster of graphic spectacle, complex and adventurous level design, and furious action. Of course, with a name like the Magenta Spire, one reasonably expects a look that's perhaps a mite out of the ordinary. Far from being just a little odd, or, Haster forbid, simply using a non-standard color scheme, the presentation here has a palpable sense of production design with a suitably grindhouse-inflected cosmic horror angle that fits a reimagining of the core Doom scenario like a gore-soaked glove. The earlier levels, meant to reflect various utilitarian areas of the UAC outpost, have a blown-out, dilapidated, and curiously outscaled look immediately reminiscent of the old future tech stylings of Nostromo. I think it's a reference to Nostromo's run. Or perhaps more fittingly, an Event Horizon. I don't know that one though. Forging deeper towards the source of the invasion, the more or less recognizable trappings of human construction give way with unsettling speed to alien influence, immediately evoking the eeriness of the classic Deimos aesthetic, cranked into visual and thematic overdrive. Bits of monitoring equipment, substations, and shattered husks of entire buildings seem to grasp helplessly at the sky like drowning victims being relentlessly subsumed into surging waves of unnameable alien biomass, creating unstable, geometrically eclectic landscapes that make for unorthodox and often epic traversal. Even this is only the tip of the iceberg. As the story progresses and more of the outside bleeds through to our reality, the progressively unfiltered demonic influence is embodied via bright colors not traditionally conflated with evil in the Doom sphere. The magentas, purples, yellows, and mauves. And mushrooming clusters of truly bizarre and uncomfortably organic cyclopean geometry for vision suggestive of the color out of space smothered with some Cronenbergian fever dream. Cronenbergian fever dream? Is that really it? Is that really how you write Cronenberg? Oh my god. Oh. That looks chaotic texturing. It looks so chaotic, but beautiful. I mean, look at that moon. Look at the imps. They're actually flying. They're more like gargoyles. They look more like gargoyles like that. It's actually purple. Oh my god, the shotgun. Jesus Christ. That's insane. Swarming like vermin through this road-killed carcass of a world born of two realities undergoing a gruesome head-on collision are veritable legions of otherworldly creatures, many of which fill familiar roles in the Doom combat loop, with some interesting twists and additions to lend the game its own unique inflection. Winged imps flit and flock in veritable murders to fill out the much welcome flying father role, and nearly every creature on the roster wears a noisome new skin. Some of the mechanical changes are fairly subtle. Many enemies have a backpedal ability to make them a little more adaptive versus berserker tactics. Cyber demons have a defensive concussive blast to protect them from, I quote, BFG hugs. Okay, etc., while others are quite a bit wilder and wackier, with the functionality of Pain and Metals and Lost Souls entirely reinvented in a way which seems innocuous at first. Oh, sweet summer child. And Archvile is given a random chance to self-resurrect, which adds an element of unpredictability to proceedings which cannot be understated. No shit. Indeed, unpredictably is the watchword with the Spire's spacing and design, particularly early on. Plenty of time and space is afforded for creepy, relatively slow burn chapters of exploration and skirmishing with the demonic presence reminiscent of the original Doom's steadily escalating stakes. But as with any true grindhouse production worth its salt, the Magenta Spire knows when to insert a spike of visceral violence, when to escalate the pitch of the action into the red. The slightly measured horror-adjacent action of the early game, contrasting with flash ambushes of impressive cheek and full-scale massacres of almost hilarious violence later on. Yes, it's just as confidently willing to de-escalate back to a state of reserved unease for extended periods, or to sidestep from one form to manic action to another entirely different one. Making time for tonal and mechanical diversions as varied and unexpected as a rocket dodging sprint course, or quite vaguely unsettling puzzle map. It's no exaggeration to say that, until you've seen the whole journey through, you cannot possibly predict where it will take you. You'll think you've seen everything when you find yourself allied with a phase-shifting dog who holds the key to a massive arsenal. Or perhaps he's a little ghost. Either way, indubitably a very good boy. But baby, you ain't seen nothing yet, as proceedings barrel inevitably towards a conclusion of utterly unhinged, bombastic lunacy that must be seen to be believed. In its inspired, original, and thoroughly lurid vision of the Doom Apocalypse, the Magenta Spire has all the makings of a cult classic. And this was written by Demon of the Well. Wow. That's another, actually, that's actually pretty ridiculous. I mean, I can't stop looking at this. I'm in love with the moon. I'm in love with just the different color schemes. I love color schemes, by the way. Different, like, all based around one type of colors. Just different colors compared to what you would see in Doom. Oh. Okay, so probably we'll also have, like, the runners up here, which are the silver Cacodemons now. Cacowards, I mean. Okay, so this one is called Bellatrix Tales of Orianis. Oh, made by Frank Frag. He's a very active member of the French community, French Doom community. There we go. Oh no, I'm scared about what I see right under that. I'll check that later. Bellatrix Tales of Orianis. Looks pretty. It's a Doom 2 vanilla compatible and has 11 maps. That's not a lot compared to some other WADs. It's still pretty cool anyway. From the very first step, Bellatrix Tales of Orianis presents a dreamy, subtly eclectic, and slightly fantastical sense of heightened reality with a masterful grasp of level design, authentically redolent of the golden age of the first-person shooter, reading as neither obviously old-fashioned nor readily identifiable as modern in its rhythms and moods. Crash landing on the mysterious planet Orianis, which you find in ruins and overrun by hellish miscreations, you are left to search for arms, ammo, and answers as you trek through fallen villages, floodlands, mountains, caves, and even the despoiled carcass of what would seem to be a holiday resort of sorts. Throughout the set, and using only stock textures with a couple of practical additions alongside very aptly chosen music tracks from around the community, Frank Frag has created an unusual and compelling atmosphere contrasting the whimsical and the morbid, bleeding Doom cute scenes and images that recall a lost sense of idyll and a generally soft, sleepy ambiance with spans of darkness, tension, and demonic imagery for a fresh and subtly rural take on the time-honored and mortally comfy Hell on Earth theme. Built for exploration foremost, the layouts are consistently clever and occasionally outright brilliant, and even the smallest maps in the set are rife with three-dimensional complexity, tantalizing visual foreshadowing, and accommodation for many possible routes and approaches. The focus is more on atmosphere than on constant action, but a walking simulator this most definitely is not. Throughout the game maintains a carefully measured pace, interweaving a steady stream of traditional run-and-gun action with compelling secret hunting and satisfyingly involved pathfinding, all of which scales steadily over the playthrough from interesting small-scale gunfights framed in compact and deceptively layered maps, up to devious traps and full-scale ambushes punctuating a series of epic forays at the tail end of the journey, before reaching a sardonically minimalist conclusion with an unusual problem-solving flair. While the intricacy of the map design in Bellatrix keeps it from being an entirely casual sort of playthrough, its confidently measured sense and of pacing and subtle approach to world building lend it to a unique voice and a certain timeless quality, sure to find a place in the hearts of Doom fans, both new and old. Written by Demon of the Well. Oh boy. Whoa, don't want to see those images directly right now. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This was it. Okay. And this year's CAC award for the most prosaic title goes to Jump Wad by Grain of Salt and Rubix. Oh god. But can the issue be as straightforward as what's written on the tin? Can I finally like Tony Hawk and Doom? A traditionally controversial topic, jumping is not native to Doom and usually gets mentioned along the lines of hopping up to exit platforms and then simple using the enhanced physics of Z-Doom. At its vanilla base, it requires certain assistance, be it rockets, more of aggressive horizontal pushing, or the inscrutable Archvile Blast. Map sets dedicated to jumping started as a niche interest particular to online MP ports. Z-Daemon players develop increasingly intricate defrag-style rocket jumping maps requiring skill and precision, whereas the Skulltag/Zandronum community, which are just a name of of Sourceforce by the way, community drifted in the direction of jump mazes, racetrack-style nimbleness challenges for basic jumping. Okay. With all that historic knowledge under the belt, this dedicated fan of the genre can now impress on you, dear reader, just how good Jump Wad is. Similar to another notable awardee this year, it recreates many of these advanced concepts in a shockingly well-realized, convincing genre they make on a lesser engine. Back in 2017, when Grain of Salt first showed off her hacked idea for a gun producing a self-aimed Archvile Blast and teased a possible map to go along with it, I expected perhaps a spiritual sequel to Term Rourke's Archvile Jump, a vanilla-compatible obstacle course exploring the limits of Vile Bomb physics. Instead, she teamed up with the mad hermit wizard Rubix, and the duo switched over to Boom, and eventually the MBF engine to gain access to features that enabled more creative hackery and a wider repertoire of concepts and tricks. The result certainly took its time in the oven, but it's a beautiful set of 7 maps with highly stylized visuals synonymous with Rubix, and more importantly a joy to fool around and kill time in. The maps are monstrous playgrounds with gems, small and large, strewn around, locked behind jumps of various difficulty. The player must collect a certain amount of large gems along the exit, a feat of reasonable challenge for anyone familiar with Doom movement and at least basic strafe running. But the real fun begins with trying to collect the gems eluding you. Maybe they're behind a particularly long or precise jump, or there's a well-hidden path, or time sequence. Maybe you need a mid-air boost, either from an air-suspended orb, or a valve-blasting evil eye prop, or your own double jump. Maybe you need to find numbers hidden around the map. Inspect the notation of the map Smitty. Maybe you need to find numbers hidden around the map. Inspect the notation of the map Smitty, then insert the sequence in a secret room revealed by the judgment of worthiness from a cartoon bear. Not joking, what the hell was that, Bribix? What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? Huh? Oh! It's so beautiful! Oh! It's so beautiful! Ah! I love it! The detective work needed to figure some puzzles out. The grind when repeatedly failing at a demanding jump, it is not for everyone. And some challenges will be too tough or obscure for many. However, if you ever enjoyed hanging around in Z Damon's RG space servers or maxing out stars in Super Mario 64, or running up the score in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, then you'll recognize the zen-like process of exploration and practice, and the endorphin release upon getting it right. Be it the THPS-like symbol on a clowning around the dark-lit cityscape of Map 2, with already a flush floor puzzles in the stylized settings of 3 and 4, or the Valve Blast shenanigans at the Haunted Mansion of 6, this map set can provide hours of fun discovery. And 7's grand finale is a chapter for itself, an entirely, eerily beautiful land in intimidatingly large and pervertedly complex, with secrets and within bizarre secrets. Grand of Salt and Rubik's went above and beyond with a niche concept and made a lovely art piece out of it. Beside the visual beauty, there's gameplay assembled by two skilled authors that will make even veterans of rock and jumping and jump maze overcome with a firm sense of belonging. Furthermore, it's a technological advanced achievement that requires its own design document to explain all the hackery behind the scenes. Okay. The hell? Ooh, pretty! Okay. Now this is another silver one, a runner-up. From the creators of Skuldiverse comes a brand new adventure, a world-hopping sojourn that trades the last outing's multiversal scope for a gritty, industrial interpretation for our interplanetary future, spanning 4 celestial bodies across as many episodes. Solar Struggle is as varied as its predecessor, manifesting a hybrid vigor attributable to its dynamic lineup of authors, a mix of multiverse alumni and fresh talent, representing a range of styles and proclivities from all corners of Wadham. Despite this variety in authorship, the set maintains a distinct narrative through line throughout that carries the player across the solar system. From a dismal detention facility on distant Titan to Ceres. I really don't know how to pronounce that dwarf planet in the asteroid port, because that's actually it, right? I think Ceres is actually a dwarf planet. I can't remember. To Ceres, the crown jewel of the asteroid belt, to our own Luna, and ultimately to the sky cities of Venus, the source of the extra-dimensional threat. All 4 settings are distinct and fleshed out, each featuring its share of Doomcube detailing and representational architecture, ranging in scope from classic office fixtures to decorative spacecraft to a full-blown space elevator. Its attention to world building is the set's greatest strength, allowing each participant a chance at defining their own piece of this gritty future. Tech bases, offices, prisons, underground ruins, industrial facilities, and other similarly ubiquitous staples of Wadham abound. Interspersed with wilder ventures, including floating cities, a sickly corporate stock exchange, and the aforementioned space elevator map, all distinct in style with unified in narrative intent. Nice. Regardless of what this focus on setting may imply, Solar Struggle's combat is nothing to be sorted at. Here, as in every other domain, a range of approaches manifest, ranging from classical incidental skirmishes to grand set-piece encounters to to anarchic freeform brawls to elegant mixtures of the above. This variety in tempo shreds any possibility of tedium, engaging the player at different levels from map to map and making the adventure feel just a little bit more exciting. Soul Struggle is almost the platonic ideal of a community project. Stylistically diverse, yet unified by consistent threads of narrative and intent. Open to all, yet surprisingly consistent in quality. Personally, I cannot wait to see where Violet Beetle and Codex take us next. What grand adventures yet await. Nice. That one was written by Omniarch. Oh, I forgot to say, the last one was written by Do. As visited 7 minutes ago. Currently, viewing topics Sigil 2! Oh, for next year! Ah! Sorry, because I know that there was like a Sigil 2, which was made by John Romero, happening, but I did not know that it was going to release next year. That's perfect. We're gonna be playing that. That's what we're gonna be playing. We're gonna be playing that. We're gonna be playing that next year. Oh yeah. I need to actually, hang on, I just need to check that real quick. Okay. For Doom's 29th birthday on December 10th, I'll be live streaming me building a new level for Sigil 2, another 9-level WOD which will be released for Doom's 30th. Join me at twitch.tv/therememo on December 10th at 5 p.m. Oh, that was 3 hours, that almost 4 hours ago. Oh, Eastern time, wait. Oh, so Sigil 2 won't have a 32 map set or be for Doom 2 as originally reported. A Doom 2 level set is in progress, but this one will be done first. Oh. I do love this. I just say. I just love this. Okay, right, so let's go back to where we were. Okay, so this one is called Ozonia. It was made by Deadwing. Okay. Blockbuster megawads of the past decade have definitely had a type, leading towards non-stop frenetic action. Ozonia, being a gorgeous set that doesn't shy away from popular modern aesthetic tropes, BTSX like strips and slabs of metal and brick are one of its favorite building blocks, is already an outlier, then in its embrace of silence and stillness. Maybe its signature stroke is making these understated moments so slush and diverse. Whether you're beaming across remote vistas and all sorts of towers, fortifications, shrines, and moons that float atop the world or lie soaked at the bottom, or you're dashing across the catwalks and beams that have a knack for letting you feel nimble. Whether you're all by yourself piecing together hints of story and the mysterious messages left behind, or you're swimming in the lush atmosphere of caverns and cloudscapes while grooving to the jazzy OST. If the typical Scythe or Plutonia-like megawatt aspires towards conceptual breadth in the range of encounters, Ozonia's MO is exploring all sorts of ways downbeats, rather than Rather than just signifying an absence of action, can have a tangible character infused with ideas and crafted out a positive design like any combat set piece. This is on top of exploring many ways the smallest fights can be invigorating and technically nuanced. A-sides in their own right rather than pacers between the main attractions. Really? Very pretty. I love the sky. Okay. Which is not to say it's incapable of exploding into a storm. Far from it. The wild moments are exactly the payoff of the calmness. Boisterous battles that strike like forte chords. Okay. In the end, my absolute favorite thing about Ozonia is the rhythm and fun value of its combat. It can be violent and treacherous, but with Plutonia's ethos channeled more into prolonged infernos than abrupt explosions. but with Plutonia's ethos channeled more into prolonged infernos than abrupt explosions. Ozonia's arenas tend to be built out of composite oblong shapes, often with pockets of damaging floor bordering them. Devotion to irregular terrain and modest numbers of dangerous heavy hitters gives so many of its battles the dynamic character of a caper, pushing you around unpredictably, making it hard to run loops, rewarding good reads and improv. And it's during these moments that the jazzy soundtrack gives the action a weightlessness that feels like gliding amid Ozonia's stratosphere, piercing, mist-shrouded monoliths. It's a soundtrack that can be moody, sultry, sinister, nostalgic, and energetic, full of mellow tracks that mesh well whether they are contrasting intense bursts of action or accompanying calmness. More than any recent one I think of as a really good vibe. Ozonia weaves how it feels to move around its spaces and scuffle with its monsters into its distinctive mood. And I started noticing how the MIDIs change how I play. I like that. Change what feels rewarding to do. I love that when the MIDIs actually change through it. That's cool. If modern player empowerment lets you power trip on big stacks of health and ammo, Ozonia lets you trip on spirit and style. Playing it feels like a polyphonic, audiovisual, narrative, kinetic, musical experience to a unique degree. So ultimately, it's cool how much Deadwing managed to pack in while leaving a player so much room to breathe. Text file shoutouts to Scythe, Eternity, BTSX, Plutonia, and Nicolas Monti's work belly rich and very stockpile of personal tropes and moves. The influences working more as spiritual guides than anything, and often subverted. For one thing, it's one of the most richly structured Scythe-likes. A mix of narrative and progression through line, theme clusters, shared settings, and hubs and interludes. Whoa! That's cool. The effect is that the overall structure is captured less by a Part A, Part B, Part C scheme, and more by a set of attributes that can change independently of one another from level to level. Even how many thousands of feet you are floating in the sky at the time. Which all leads to the most pleasantly ironic truth about Ozonia. It's maybe one of the most avowedly standing on the shoulders of giants was in its lineage, but in spite of that, it's one of the most idiosyncratic. Okay. Or the... Oh! I know that name. Myolden. From Mud Paint stuff. Myolden. Huh. Look at that. He got himself one. Oh, it's a mention. Oh. I mean, it's not good, right? It's still mentioned, you know? Or like, no, it's more, no, it's not a mention, it's a runner-up. There we go. Even better. There's a respectable elegance and efficiency to the bite-sized mapping format that I'll always find appealing. Sleek, streamlined wads that build out blast beat style fights in rapid succession, keeping the tempo going with little downtime, searching for progression or getting lost finding the way back to locked doors. And if these maps also let you shred these sinners in environmentally adored metallic venues, so much the better. With that, we welcome Myolden to the stage, a mapper that certainly left their mark in 2022. Cracking out various contributions to community projects like the Puss series, composing a classic-style 32-map megawad in the span of a few months. It is headliner, the compact yet explosive 12-map set, Altars of Madness. Despite the name and imposing telescreen, Altars of Madness has heavy metal references and with the map names. Okay. As the musical accompaniment is primarily classic RPGs and platformers. Okay. Think Crumpets in terms of atmosphere and combat philosophy. Myolden takes the metal/wood aesthetic and mixes it up through color variants. Light metals, torches, and skies tend to align, making each map aesthetically striking. These details are just the backing melodies for the combat, a precise procession of head-banging set pieces with some light secret hunting to space out the slaughter. The pacing of the encounters, particularly in the smaller surface area, gives the sense that there's no wasted space or revisiting the musical nomenclature. It's all killer, no filter. While it doesn't redefine the genre, though the immortal Mancubine Map 7 are a fun twist. Okay. It takes the formula for riffing on mid to high tier demonic threats in tight spaces, hones it to a razor's edge, and never lets up until the closing notes. For a finely tuned dose of action and spectacle, gather at these altars for a second right and enlighten these monsters to your ways. Okay. Those were run by Vile. Damn. He joined almost 20 years ago. No, over 20 years ago. Damn. But I really love this one. Like, I mean, of course, this one's very pretty. I would be curious to play this one because, you know, space. I mean, like, it's space, and considering that, you know, you go into different planets and they all have a different theme, that's cool. I really think that's really cool. I mean, like, this is also very pretty, but of course, it's Rubik's. Rubik's always does unbelievably beautiful stuff. But seriously, okay, I just really want to read the last part here. Or maybe you need to find numbers hidden around the map, inspect the notation of the map's MIDI, then insert the sequence in the secret room revealed by the judgment of worthiness from a cartoon bear. Man, Rubik sounds something. Sometimes. I swear, sometimes it sounds something. Okay, so that was page 1. Okay, so let's go to page 2 now. And we start with... Whoa! Oh yeah! One for GC Doom! Yay! Because I know there's some there's more Boom compatible than anything else. Really for source ports. I mean, of course there's like limited moving. There's a little bit of those. Sometimes there's other stuff. Okay, I'll shut up. So Elementalism Phase 1. Okay. Made by Ball. Hey, I know that I. Wait. I just want to say something. Hang on. It's the exact eye I was thinking of. It is. Except the only difference is that it doesn't have the logo in it. But it's exactly the same eye. And how did I know that it's the exact one, same one? Because of the trees around it. It's this eye. This one. Oh wait, oh you can see it. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. You see it? And if I do this like that, oops. There we go. Do something like this. Whip it. There we go. Do you see any resemblance? I mean, it's really it, right? It's really it, except with just the logo in the middle. Besides that, it's really the exact same thing. Cool. I really like that. Okay. One of the most anticipated projects of the year, Elementalism immediately arouses curiosity regarding its intensive usage of SourcePort features. Do I say like this? Yeah, no, I'm gonna go the other way. There we go. Okay. Regarding its intensive usage of SourcePort features, however, it also makes one thing clear from the get-go. No compromises were made in making sure one of the most beautiful and impressive releases ever made for this game feels and plays Doom all the way. Backed by an all-star cast featuring some of the community's most accomplished mappers, Ball spearheaded a nearly overachieving project, chock full of grandiose detail and nearly unparalleled in scope. Legend says that eons ago, okay, I think it's about like, okay. Legend says that eons ago, 6 powerful deities of the elements sought to seal the power of the 7th and most powerful one, Entropy, the end of all things. Now, as their powers wane, Entropy plans its grand return, unleashing the numberless legions of hell upon the 6 realms in the bid for total domination. Only a lone space marine stands in the way, ready and willing to plunge deep into their elemental realms to put an end to this apocalyptic threat. In reality, we are talking about 3 realms for now, as elementalism was understandably split into 2 parts owing to its immense size and scope. None of this stops the current package that we got from feeling any less complete. The 3 portals will take you on an epic journey through the realms of Earth, Water, and Fire. These may be tackled in any order, and it is possible to return to the hub map at any point if you want. As a matter of fact, there's quite a few options involved, including the built-in ability to begin each new level with pistol start. Cool! Dude! How do we even... What? How? Just how? Fuck. God damn it, get the damn thing. Oh. How? Just how? How do you do this? How do you do this kind of stuff? How do you go? Fuck, from the original Doom to this? How? Hang on, I need to replace myself properly. How? Seriously, you just... almost doesn't even look like Doom anymore. But I mean, like it said, it did say on the top here to make sure that it does still feel like Doom. So okay, trust you on that part. But let's look at the realms themselves more closely. In the Earth realm, you will initially trek through the dense jungles, ancient shrines, and mossy caves of a lush world that progressively gives way to scorched, barren yet striking landscapes. As the demons and their parasites are sucking away the very life from the soil, the water world remains dazzling and colorful throughout, be it thanks to the rocky landscape, surrounded by water, or the marvelous temples of a bygone civilization, infinitely overtaken by the infernal hordes and their waterborne master. Finally, the magma-flooded depths of the fire world might initially seem a more conventional setting, but the towering volcanoes, steampunk machinery, as we saw, steampunk machinery and flame jets spawning from every which grate makes this anything but your average hell setting in spite of its familiar defenders and its not so familiar overlord. Even beyond the visual themes of each episode, there is no shortage of jaw-dropping, completely unexpected moments. What might seem like your standard spelunking through an underground temple gives way to a large central room containing a huge rotating 3D staircase. It completely changes the way you approach the level itself. Another deep descent to the underground reveals a massive structure cubicle seemingly built out gears. And just as the realization of what you're seeing comes in, suddenly you find yourself inside the structure which rotates on itself, constantly altering the level's layout. Not that things are any more constrained outdoors, with the fallen city of Hedonia alone instantly captivating players with its soaring architecture, bewitchingly constructed into a massive natural canyon, a vertigo-inducing landscape that's both alluring and demoralizing for any mortal soul. Holy God. Stop! Stop! All of these surprises are exceptional because they come off as extremely novel, but also feel deeply ingrained and integral to the worlds themselves. All of the three realms have a unique quality of making the player feel at ease thanks to the often lush and colorful environments, and yet the same exact maps give off a sense of uneasiness, like you are a stranger in a strange land, interfering in cosmic designs you cannot even begin to understand. Your interference is understood well by your enemies, as foes old and new alike are waiting to meet you in combat. While the vanilla bestiary remains intact, there are several new additions that are exclusive to each elemental world. Your USA ordnance is complemented by the mysterious elemental wand that not only unlocks the portals but also serves as a unique weapon that behaves differently depending on which realm you are on. To top it all off, there are the new, incredibly elaborate and quite difficult boss battles. Easily some of the most impressive seen in this game up to this point. Of course, an excellent production such as this require equally magnificent music to go with it, and the bespoke, high-quality soundtrack matches every location perfectly, further enhancing the otherworldly ambience and sheer calamity you are facing. As striking as your journey is, entropy yet plots and schemes, and the fate of the universe rests on the next set of elemental realms yet to be unleashed by Paul and the rest of the team. For that, we can only say that it cannot happen soon enough. Wait. Okay, so I think there's something different written on the side each time. So I will need to go and check the other ones again, just to make sure, you know. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, so yeah, there is something written. There's something different written each time. Okay. Oh. Okay. Well, for this next session, I'll need to change the music though. For this next section, because this section is a little bit more, more sad, and I think it's only fitting that I use this. This song is already called, Legion of the Lost, and considering that the section I'm about to read is the part the section is called The Sky May Be, which is dedicated to members who have passed away, members of the community who passed away in the year. This is like this part here I'm reading now. I did not know that I thought this was the same for every other. Okay. The Sky May Be. Seamus Young? Oh no! I know Seamus Young. A self-described B-list internet celebrity, was never a staple of the Doom community, but he left an indelible mark when he released his 1995 map, Doom City. I didn't even play that yet! Oh, but I was so close too! Which this very website recognized when we ranked the 100 greatest maps of all time. Beyond the Doom sphere of influence, Seamus was known in many circles for his prolific content. Mass Effect players knew him for his 50-part retrospective, while tabletop role players read his comic series DM of the Rings. All of this was available on his quaint, ad-free personal website, which he updated with content almost every day for the past 15 years. Something that seems completely anathema to content creators in the post-Web 2.0 world of monetization and social media integration. He was also an author, composer, programmer, and, most importantly, a beloved father and husband. A true renaissance man of the internet. Aww. Seamus Young, August 24th, 1971 to June 15th, 2022. Oh man. Oh, I do know about I didn't know about this one though. This next one though. In one of Malpain's videos, he mentioned that the Doom community was saddened to learn of Brent Megalith's passing this year. A highly curious, attentive, and introspective person with a kindly manner, Megalith's fascination with Doom editing began in much the same way as it did for other stalwarts of the 1990s, at the bottom of a shovelware collection. In 2011, drawn to the waters of deep dive analysis and to ancient Doom prospecting, he became an integral member of the Doom the Way It Did project, and a regular chatterbox in the old hashtag Doom TWID IRC channel. His insights and mappings there help to perpetuate enthusiasm at the height one of the community's most exciting moments, and to create a WOD that exemplifies a kind of miniature zeitgeist for some of today's celebrated designers. Occasionally, circa 2013 to 2015, Megalith would join the pile-in on one of Countergoat Initiative's multiplayer testing sessions for some idle banter and a bit of deathmatch featuring the crowd favorite Pot City. What is that? Okay, whatever. Above his contributions to Doom, however, including among them his excellent switcheroom offerings, Megalith displayed a humbleness and humility that in the presentation of his works that is rare even in the best of us, and which everyone should aspire to discover within themselves. He was also a mutual friend of Scatman John, if you need any more reason to think the man had class. Brent is survived by his wife Samantha and his son Max. Aww. He will be deeply missed. Oh man. Only 40 years old? Oh man. So he was 11? He was 11 when the game came out? Aww. It just breaks my heart to hear stuff like this. Beyond the many forum superstars and prolific mappers we all know and love, the Doom community is also home to many unsung heroes, whose work goes on quietly for years behind the scenes and remains useful and appreciated by most of those in the know, even if these people's names may not often be heard in the community's outer reaches or seen in the author field of big-name releases. This year we were unfortunate enough to lose one such unsung hero, Ghastly Dragon. Whether it was crafting new sprite edits, colorful monster ideas, documenting all that could be documented within and outside of Doom, Ghastly had you covered. The fact his name appears in the credits for such high profiles as the Z-Doom Community Map Project Take 2 or Lunatic ought to give you an idea of how versatile his work could be. I still remember many years ago, when over on IRC I asked him a quite long series of questions regarding how to get some complex decorate code to behave as I wanted. He patiently, thoroughly, and exhaustively explained everything he could and set me on the right path of understanding how to write code myself. In evident embarrassment, I apologize for having taken much more of his free time than the circumstances required. But his sagacious response was, give a man a fish and he'll have one meal. Teach a man how to fish and he'll be set for a lifetime. I've always remembered those words, just as I'll always remember you, Ghastly. C'è la terra ti sia lieve. C'è la terra ti sia lieve. Hang on. Matthew Crebio. November 5th, 1990 to November 21, 2022? Was only 32? He was 32. Megalith was 40. Seamus was 51. I mean, that's a bit better, but come on. Oh. Oh man. Ugh. Yeah, but I need to know what that last sentence is. Oh, it's Italian. Aw. May the earth be light on you. Aww. Aww. That's sad. That's so sad. That's just so sad. May the earth be light on you. For someone who was only 32 when he died. I just find that so sad to hear people, you know, like, recall memories of them. And it's even more heartbreaking to hear that they had a family. Like Megalith, who had a wife and a son. And he was only 40 when Megalith died. It's so sad. And I think the only reason why it's kind of getting me so much right now is because of the song Legion of the Lost. Man, hang on. I need to put something else now to continue, so we can continue and so we can, you know, try to boost ourselves up again. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Now there was a little section here I didn't read either. An Evening with Nirvana. Huh. Oh, I listened with that. I did hear a little bit of that. He did one with he did do one with Mouth Paint. He did one with Decino. He did one with Ribix. He did one with Sin Gazebo. He did one with a bunch of others, a bunch of artists, map makers. Anyway, it has been a while since Alfonso's Doom Radio has gone off the air. Okay, another podcast has emerged to pick up the mantle. An Evening with Nirvana, hosted by the mind behind Breathless, Entropy, and Fractured Worlds. The guest list has been a who's who of stand-up mappers, musicians, and other creators, not to mention some intriguing hotshot upstarts like Sandy Peterson, who has made maps for the original Doom. Made episode 2 and episode 3. And I did actually watch that video. He was playing through episode 2, and he was playing episode 2 with Nirvana was playing episode 2 with Decino, while talking to Sandy Peterson about the levels and about all of the things related to Doom. You know, it was very cool listen. Nirvana, who I assume is the Kaku demon drinking coffee in the show's background graphic, invites his guests for chill convo under the moonlight. The interviews delve into nuance and subtly hit upon subjects you might not have known about beforehand you were curious about. All in all, it's a good way to pick up tidbits about your favorite creators and their processes, philosophies, and backstories. For example, you should know that a suspicious number of mappers eat babies, so I'll have to cut this short. I've been informed that I've been fired. To cut this short, I've been informed that I've been fired. Whoa, this one's longer. Okay. Good posting. Good posting? It's not shit posting, it's good posting. While we at CAC Awards Central and our knockoff subsidiaries that hand out the Crack Awards produce a lot of Doom World's yearly critical writing, we also want to read out your thought-out substantive content. So in transparent hopes of encouraging more of that, I'll sneak in quick shout-outs of some of my favorite recent forum posts. Wooly Wool's long-form reviews of WoWs like Heartland and Knee Deep in Z-Doom rank among my favorite reviews on Doom World, blending thoughtful observation, 20 plus years of knowledge of the game, and engaging writing. Recently, mapper Squibba absolutely killed in the unmaking, shared a heartfelt feature on his favorite 6 WoDs of all time, which I really enjoyed reading. Wait, was it that one that was like super long? Okay, no, it was another one I was thinking of. Okay. Okay. Nihility. Oh, I don't know that one though. Strain, I didn't know that one. Whoa! It's a long, way longer stuff to say for Strain. Okay. Sorry. I got a bit off track, but I wanted to know what he said. What it was about. Okay. Anyway. Which I really enjoyed reading. Maribo's theme surveys, such as on the Void theme and cave levels, are always a treat and spark good discussion. It's a format I hope more people follow suit in doing, on top of exploring similar mini-critique formats. And General Rusterrock, which I do know, I heard his name in Malpain's videos as well, again. Co-creator of the TNT Evolution sequel, TNT 3Evolution, okay, has recently completed a thorough, high-effort, map-by-map deep dive through the entirety of TNT. My favorite writings on this site come from people like RD, Demon of the Well, Bobby, Malpain 27. Okay, whoa boy, that's gonna be oh boy, that's gonna be long. So map 1. Whoa, he has a lot more to say for map 2. Oh, Greedy, my first controversial opinion. Okay. Whatever. You say what you say. A disastrous flaw in TNT's staying lineup for prison. Okay, sorry. I'll need to focus on what I'm doing. Every year, so much of the discourse is stuff like this or that should have won an award, or something overrated and underrated. Or this should have gotten A+, not just an A, or my tier list can beat up your dad's tier list, which, okay. Diving into your favorite works, what makes them special to you, and just generally putting efforts into critiques is where the real fun is at. The monthly Doom World Megawatts Club's regular infusion of new blood is proof that one need not have much experience with PWADs to do that in a way that is worth reading and adds value. True. I guess let's keep going through this. Whoa! 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 That is pretty! Is that an Uwu face? I just realized it looks like an Uwu face. I like it a little bit less. I mean, lights, different lights, of course. I like that. I'll always like that. Different color of face. Oh, why did he have to make it? Oh, whoa. Okay. And then a runner-up, Capybara by Nefili Beta. Nefili Beta. And others. Doom compatible, Doom 2 WOD with 22 maps. The Doom Marine seems to owe a certain obligation to the animal kingdom, perhaps as a penance for failing to protect Daisy all those years ago. If the Frog and Toad series and Axolotl.wad are any indication, the path to earning their respect can be arduous yet rewarding for those who rise to the task. It is that spirit in which players who've earned the titles of Honorary Frog and Salamander can now answer the call of the Capybara clan in this new 22 map community project, led by the relatively new but talented mapper Nefili Beta. Dancing to the tune of its inspirations, Capybara tests your mettle in a taxing gauntlet of colorful voidscapes. This team of authors channel their inner Rubiks to deliver punishing combat and platforming of an irreverently quirky slant. Dodging demon fire while leaping between flower-shaped platforms, mowing down monsters by the hundreds or on a giant checkerboard, or ducking from the literal piercing glare of magnolia-like evil eyes are just par for the course. Within this festively decorated realm, your battleground can resemble more of a playground, but remains a crucible for all but the most experienced players. Your only solace lies with the titular rodents who appear in secret, sometimes unmarked or unreachable, places within each map, even occasionally offering items to aid your mission. Beguiling though they may be, you wouldn't ignore their plight, would you? Hyperbole, and fabricated capybara cannon aside, this group does a remarkable job celebrating the spirit of their project's progenitors, providing exciting and memorable challenges while also injecting their own personal touches to create something fresh. An existing mold is utilized, but the result has established an identity of its own and makes for a worthy successor. And once that as a speed map collaboration became all the more impressive for exceeding expectations. Perhaps in the wake of this project, sometime in the future, a new species will find their savior? Do one for pandas! Or rhinos! Just throwing that out there, you know? Just saying stuff out loud. You're not obligated to listen, but just saying. Just saying. If someone makes one with pandas, that's it. I'm in. Whoa! I don't want to be spoiled. What? On only 2 maps? This better be good. GZ Doom. We begin our journey with a memo from your colleagues over at UAC. There is a hidden artifact blade that was found in the ruins of an ancient civilization beneath an arid world plagued by dust storms. Ugh. Oh, Dust Devil, of course, by Captain Toenail. What is that cack demon? What is that current caco? Okay. Your mission is to retrieve the blade from the hands of the demons who invaded the land, seeking to regain their lost artifact. You know, the usual fuck around and find out ways of the UAC. With no choice but to oblige to their demands, you venture to the sandy tomb to retrieve the relic. I fuck around and find out ways of the UAC? Okay. Whoa! What is this, Stargate? What is this, Stargate? The adventure that is Dust Devil takes place across 2 maps, each perfectly intertwined with the other. You are summoned into the desert outpost where you have to collect all 3 keycards to unlock the artifact, and its set outpost are portals that take you to the ruinous temple in the deeper parts of the desert. You will find yourself pacing back and forth between the maps in a wonderful rhythm of progression which feels truly seamless. With each bit of progress that you make towards the relic, your opposition will get more vicious and intense. Each map has a final boss of its own, but still feels like 2 big segments in one giant map. An experience rarely done so well in most modern maps. In this vast desert, you will find yourself finding old and new enemies alike, such as the elusive Void Imp, the Ninja's Grenadier, and the ever so silly Chain Gun on the Saucer, and much more. Added to Doom's colorful variety of power-ups is the Rage. Wait, it's more like the Rage Sphere, which will help you blast through the demonic hordes at double the speed. Dust Devil comes in as the apex of Captain Toenail's work. Being a veteran in our community, his previous works range anywhere from deathmatch to strife, to even ghouls versus humans, as well as numerous contributions to many community projects. This only helps emphasize how versatile his field of work is. This year alone, he has blessed us with 2 more sizable maps for Solo Struggle and PRCP2, or Plutonia Revisited Community Project 2. I know, longest title ever. Both well-regarded community projects of high quality. In my eyes, Dust Devil is the prime release wherein Captain Toenail's strongest points as a mapper truly shine. Since the very beginning of his career during the times of Z-Pack, Toenail has been a lover of Z-Doom features and the like, and Dust Devil isn't in any shortage of them. Portals, 3D floors, faux architecture, models, custom enemies, and even scripts that happen in a different map than the one you're currently on. The maps are also clad by the magical Otex, and utilizes several of the many themes the texture pack provides in a masterful way. To summarize, Dust Devil is a map that neither pictures nor explanation can do justice. It really is best experienced firsthand. Embark upon this hour-long adventure, you will not regret it. Ooh! Purple! Huh! It looks like a dojo! Looks like a dojo! Pagodia by Egg Boy. Hey, that's another name I heard in Malpain stuff. Hey, and Egg Boy? I think Emma Essex? You know, it's also some words. People like that. Okay, is vanilla compatible too? Okay. Without doubt, the Squonker crew have been hard at work throughout 2022. Out of more releases this year than I can count on one hand. Pagodia stands above them all in terms of theme, consistency, quality, and plain old run and gun fun. Pagodia will immediately remind you of the early levels of Stardate 20X7 or the second episode of Tonsman's Projectile Hell, with the vibrant purple and the Japanese themes across the whole experience. However, as you make through the lush jungles of violet trees and temples, you will come to realize that this is the sort of community project wherein every mapper shows their strengths and quirks with their own unique mapping style. Pagodia takes the player for a runtous trip through jungles surrounded by pagodas, of course. Caverns with mysterious purple liquids of unknown essence, a major version of Cyberpunk Tokyo, and the ending on a large imposing tech base surrounded by nukage that finishes off in a grand battle, and more of the aforementioned mystery juice. The landscapes of Pagodia are unique and contain certain elements and phenomena one doesn't see in your average Doom map set. I mean, you don't see in your average Doom map set! From neon signs in Japanese, I mean, we do see that in Ogre Zenith, which is literally a cyberpunk WOD. But the only difference is that it doesn't crash. It doesn't crash compared to the other cyberpunk game, if you get me. From neon signs in Japanese to restaurants that may or may not contain revenant guests who either want to dine with you or punch you in the chin, and oaths to a certain samurai dog. Oaths to a certain samurai dog? Is there something I'm not catching here? Is there a reference I'm not understanding here? The bestiary of enemies has been updated to match the fast-paced gameplay, introducing everyone's favorite green belly cyber demon. Oh, that's from Magnolia. Considering the Kaku demons of Pagodia must have drank some of the mystery juice. They're twice as fast and more aggressive, or maybe they're just built different. Levels all range in size and difficulty to cater to all audiences, from small speed map like maps to grander non-linear adventures, with occasional pseudo slaughter fight every so often. I truly believe that Eggborn and the crew have had as much fun creating Pagodia as I have enjoyed playing it. If you want a fresh breath of air from the reds and browns, Pagodia is just the kind of oxygen you need. Nice. That's an interesting one. It seems an interesting one. Okay. Oh, actually, it's fine. You can still keep it going. Hang on. Boom. Okay. And okay, nice. Whoa! Should really stop doing that. Malevolence Episode 1 by Cheese Wheel. Okay. I want to see your logo. Okay, yeah, it's a cheese wheel. What do you expect? Doom 2, but it's a Doom 2 WOD. Boom Cabal has 9 maps. Prepare yourself to face the odds, to stare the death they call Malevolence, strain its blood-red eye, to cover bloody path, bloody destruction right to the heart of evil itself. That's right, dear reader, Cheese Wheel's back. Bigger, badder, and better than ever before. That's exactly what John Remble said when during the announcement of Doom 2. It's such a bigger, badder, better version of Doom. Malevolence E1 is the latest and most bombastic entry in the author's ongoing series of epic releases, beginning with CPD in 2020 and arguably achieving mature form in last year's Uprising. Shared among all these works is a common vision, an elegant synthesis of low-level environmental storytelling, a potent sense of large-scale narrative, and loose, high-intensity dynamic action, all packaged in a clean, visually minimalist facade. Manichaean, I don't know. That word, this word, struggle made human and engaging through the asymmetry of the underdog narrative is an enduring staple of fiction of all mediums and has long been implicit in the domain of doom mapping. Cheese Wheel's innovation is simple: set the quiet part loud, make the apocalyptic clash between good and evil explicit, reinforce it through environmental framing, and allow it to passively enhance the mechanical process of play. Hardly a novel approach in the scheme of things, but confidently executed at a scale rarely seen in Doom. Huh! Huh! Ooh! 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 I don't like that! I don't like that face. Ooh. Oh boy. And I don't like I don't like this. What the hell are these? What the fuck are these? My god. I don't like that face. I don't. All the bunch of stacked TVs and the few that just says "found you." Oh, that's creepy. Let's go. Let's go Doom horror maps now. I mean, technically there are. I mean, technically yes, there are some. Like the whole Ghouls Forest series. But wow, what that? Wow, I didn't expect it. Okay. This element of narrative extends beyond mere set dressing, instead coming to subtly define the progression of each work as a whole, informing and underlying the environmental continuity between individual maps. The end result is a series of bona fide campaigns of cinematic proportions, and a sense of grand adventure rarely found outside isolated mega maps. All this would be moot if the action itself failed to deliver, but such and eventually couldn't be further from the truth. Cheese Wheel's unique style of combat is engaging as all hell, reminiscent of Cannonball's Return to Hadron trilogy and its dynamism. This is the dynamism and intensity. Boyd. Oh crap! I feel dumb when I don't know words. How to say words? I feel really dumb when I don't know how to say words. Boyd, how do you say that, please? Boyd. Hang on.
Buoy.
What? Buoyed?
Buoy.
Buoyed. Okay. Okay, I would have known that if I would check that Google Translate. I know I wasn't using for translating now. I was just using it to hear the word, to know how it's pronounced. Ah! Wrong thing. There we go. And its dynamism and intensity, buoyed by the inclusion of D2's extraordinary synergistic bestiary and an authorial flair for the cinematic. Malevolence takes this already potent cocktail and supercharges it with the inclusion of a dastardly array of samurais villains, giving the dark side a much-needed shot in the arm a la Valiant. Ooh. While simultaneously enhancing the player's arsenal with a number of upgraded Borg busters. Okay. The resulting action is downright euphoric, and this battle, rolling and protracted, its pitch and intensity ebbing and flowing, but never letting up until either you or Malevolence stand alone. A perfect mechanical analog for the overarching narrative. God damn it. All this comes together into an odyssey of carnage, spanning an array of spacious tech bases interwoven with large-scale naturalist environments and cavernous subterranean spaces, contrasting the harsh white, red, and gray of man's AI subsumed abodes with the subtle browns and blues of the natural world. Interconnectivity is the order of day here, offering player and monster both a wealth of routes and sightlines across many height levels, with geometry purpose-built to shape the action while allowing a range of possible outcomes, lending the set a great degree of replayability. Truly, Malevolence E1 is a must-play for all those with an inclination for frenetic action and desire for epicosity. So, don the guise of the hero, dear reader, and get to it! Oh, dude. So... Damn it! Okay. Oh, I do know about this one though, because this was wait, was it this one? Hang on. Is it the one I think it is? No, not that, damn it. Oh, fine. I mean, no. No, not fine. I don't want it like this. There we go. Okay. Is it the one I think it is? Oh, yeah, it is. It's the one. It is the one. I thought it was. That one is an add-on on the Unity port, which I gave up on, like I said earlier. Okay, let's see what this one has to say. Let's see what it has to say for this one. Okay. Anomaly report by Valkyrie Force. I want to see your logo. Okay. Pretty stuff in the background. Okay. Valkyrie Force is a creator whose body of work is in large part defined by a pervasive sense of warm nostalgia for the classic works that defined Doom's first half-decade. This is not a blind love, however, far from an exercise in mere backwards-looking imitation. Valkyrie Force's mapography demonstrates an astute vision, a willingness to separate the trappings of the era from its essence, to allow the rustic charm and sublime interface of abstraction and naive pseudo-realism so prevalent in the 90s was to shine through, unhindered by the practical realities that held the greats of yore back. Anomaly Report is the latest and perhaps most refined incarnation of this vision, a curated distillation of this bygone age, a retro revisionist piece that captures much of the eccentricity and innocence of the era while excising its more alienating qualities. The end result is a timeless Doom experience in the neoclassic vein, the result of a three-way interaction between 90s nostalgia, the tenets and tendencies of the TWID movement, of the apostrophe TWID movement, okay, of the TWID movement. I really don't know what a TWID is. Of the TWID movement and Valkyrie Force's distinct personal style. In terms of setting, staples of the 90s abound. Old school tech bases, minimalist representational settlements of various descriptions, abstract memento mori-esque outings, and many more. All rendered in a clean, retrovisionist style featuring simple, shapely geometry clad in a range of stock and classic textures applied in a pleasing minimalist fashion. Valkyrie Force is an old hand, a master of the craft, and it shows in every element of the set's construction, from progression to combat to presentation. Anomaly Report is an airtight production. Underscoring this gold-tinted descent into an idyllic past is an era-appropriate soundtrack, consistently primarily of vintage minis by 90s legends Mark Clem, David Shaw, Jeremy Doyle, and Thomas Tane. A section that links the set to its roots while simultaneously distinguishing its soundscape from contemporary releases, with the added benefit of exposing younger players, like myself, to some of Wadham's finest composers. Anomaly Report, a love letter to the past with an eye for the future, and a real treat for all those with an inclination for the classic. Nice. Oh! One map. Ooh, the second one is just one map. It's just that one map. Ooh. Those are way rarer. Those are way rarer. So rare. That's a lot more rare to see. So don't turn your back on the city. Okay. In the dank alleys of the city, history folds in on itself, squeezes you in. Some kind of mystery around every corner and through every cracked open door and bloody corpse-sluicing vent. It's a rotted, fetid pace, although more creepy for how it still seems alive and thrumming with the activity of humans no longer present, showing that the takeover, the monsters of flesh that caked the vestibules and underpasses, must have snuffed everyone out quickly. Around every corner are narrative vignettes of violence, leading to some fresh horror, but fortunately, the Gaki demons and Pendimentals have left the snazzy-ass Doom Q chandelier in the hotel alone for you to gawk at. Nice. Trash Bang's debut! Get a good, like, exclamation point! It's like, huh? Exclamation point! is now part of an intermittent tradition of high fidelity, painstakingly crafted levels popping out of nowhere. Think Breach, Brigandine, where Vigil's pair of maps and some others in the lineage like Saturnine Chapel embrace the Doom engine as conduit to exploring a very sophisticated material reality. Trashbang's work is just as likely to reject the ordinary concept of lines and sectors to design as if by concocting custom mega textures out of a medley of materials, which are used like paint to depict a derelict street or opulent wall. It's as if the assets are just clay used to sculpt a personal vision, and the intended uses of materials and the common abstractions of the engine are always on easily abandoned suggestion. Dude! That's so sick! I love that! It's so cool. This type of postcard-sized masterpiece is defined by the layeredness and optionality of its experience. A brisk playthrough might clock in at around a quarter hour long, yet Trashbang's apocalyptic city is loaded with as much design effort as a multi-hours Sundurian Odyssey. Holy crap! For those who don't know, Sundur was made by Insane Gazebo and still not finished, by the way. And man, those maps are insane. I've seen a few of them, and Jesus Christ! Not only do they look like they have way too much crap in them, they look Jesus Christ. They're like so huge as well, and especially the most recent ones like map 19. Map 19 is freaking ridiculous. I've seen it. It's freaking huge. That might seem ill-advised. What so many people in this age of FOMO play through once, quickly missing a lot and be done with it. But the underlying gambit is that if it clicks for you, you're going to spend many multiples 15 minutes exploring it, interpreting everything it might allow you to interpret, thinking about how it's constructed, taking cues from it for your own design, imagining what came before and what lies beyond, or just living with it inside you afterwards. There's just so much to pick apart there. It's a sort of map where you can trace claw marks in the chintzy hotel carpet to the impossibly responsible and the fallen marine who met their embarrassing if true demise. Where gratings leave simulated shadows and pools of blood trace the contours of pebbles, slightly enough to be a gift to the attentive rather than something that demands acknowledgement. For an experience this centered around design and atmosphere, Don't Turn Your Back is consistently committed, uncommonly so among PWAs, to meshing the gameplay beats with the intricacies of visual presentation, rather than appearing as afterthoughts dumped within hyper-intricate structures too cumbersome to be changed. Hell's infantry pours out of the hotel rooms as if by their own agency. Cacos drift out of towers, colonies of imps emerge out of nests of flesh. Even Londerers feel imbued with purpose, even if revenants make awful doormen. Penimental shorter arms are better for carrying luggage. So fundamentally, the experience also excels as a dynamic narrative, much like a play. Don't Turn Your Back on the City is just super comfortable. Despite the emphasis on physical reality, it feels like being in the middle of someone's imagination, alive in the world and all the dazzling contortions used to bring it to life. It's the dizzyingly, stubbornly intricate craft of a postcard gem like Brigandine, meeting the sort of ingenuity and personality you might find in JPCP or a Japanese community project. Full of story and all delivered with the experimental kitchen sink verve that characterizes so many first Doom maps. For that, I love it. Wow. Now that's something. Okay, now we have 2022, a Doom Odyssey. Paul Gorfiadis, of course. 50 maps, god damn. Paul Gorfiadis, the figure well known amongst aficionados of the classic, has, in collaboration with his longtime co-creators Christian Nebula and Chris Hansen, rather unto us a blast from the past. A grand reimagining of one of his most iconic works. After 20 years, it's time for another Doom Odyssey. 2022 Doom Odyssey is an old soul clad in a retro revisionist skin, a skeleton of timeless progression schema. The schema, classic textures and casual incidental combat hidden beneath a coat of clean modern texturing, refined lighting, and shapely geometry. The experience of playing the set is at once timeless and modern, a curated descent into a familiar world, a return ticket to hell, if you will, first class with full room service and a complimentary hissy plush. On the four mainline episodes, Christian Arrow's take on Inferno stands the tallest, straying somewhat from the baseline expectations set by the source material and the genre as a whole, and delving into more adventuresome territory, featuring an array of large, complex outings that expand the hell aesthetic to rarely seen proportions. It is, however, the set's final episode that shatters the reverie of remembrance. With no old ground to tread, the most logical option was to riff on Ultimate Doom's unofficial and unexpected epilogue. And Paul Gorfiadis sure knows how to show the guitar. Okay. What? Oh yeah, I forgot, he makes his own MIDI. Incendio Crucio is an authorial tour de force, an original and transformative take on John Romero's sigil that ratchets up the challenge factor significantly and dramatically breaks from the formulae of prior episodes, escalating in intensity while culminating in one of the most visually striking and creating outings in Peacock's vast mapography. 2022 Doom Odyssey ends on a high note, having provided throughout its significant runtime a dose of classic, nostalgic fun, tempered by modern standards of craft, as well as a number of more ambitious experiences, underscored by an entirely new bespoke soundtrack, including a few remasters that are sure to please longtime fans. This long-awaited recursive odyssey is a genuine treat for all those with a soft spot for OG Doom, and a milestone marking just how far this community has come. Wow. Man, this one legitimately just blew me away. This one. Elementalism. And that's just by looking at it and reading the stuff. The series just looking at one single picture. It's insane! Okay, now let's see what we have here. Oh. Foxhead's Texture Extravaganza. Okay. Our community relies significantly on the impressive feats of several artists who have tirelessly worked to assemble texture packs of unbelievable quality and variety. Many have been released over the years, setting new standards and inspiring novel and unprecedented visual designs and map packs beyond what the original texture set can provide. Versatile as that one continues to prove itself. Nonetheless, not many people have created entire texture packs containing hundreds of different graphics all by themselves. All Text by Yukiro stands as one of few projects achieving this, but nonetheless, it seems Foxhead is determined to climb up all the way to the top of the mountain and achieve what very few have managed to accomplish. Twice over. You see, back in July of last year, he unleashed his first texture pack, Comtex, C-O-M, onto the world, featuring excellent palette-compatible sets of stones, bricks, concrete, liquids, marble, skies. In itself, it would have been sufficient to power an entire megawatt and then some. But that was just the beginning. For this year, Foxhead upped the antes and began the release of Foxtex. Unlike Comtex, or indeed most texture packs, Foxtex is split across multiple volumes. Only some of them complete. Only some of them complete as of the time of this writing. Each of them representing different construction materials. So, for example, the first volume is all about concrete and bricks and marble, whereas the follow-up package follow-up package contains metal, glass, and other materials, but what we're talking here is thousands upon thousands of textures. Unlike Comtex, which was largely a port-free affair, Foxtex is largely aimed at GC Doom, with many high-resolution true color textures, which nonetheless fit the game very well and are still accompanied by many lower resolution textures that would work perfectly on any port. The point is, whether or not you intend on getting the most offbeat and fashionable look for your maps, both Comtex and Foxtex offer plenty of bang for your line def paint bucket. And it should go without saying that Foxhead's work is highly appreciated for what he has released already, and highly promising for what he has next in store for us. Alright. Damn. That's really insane because, you know, there's still a part, you know, much people forget sometimes that people forget that there's, you know, there's way more stuff in Doom than just the shooting. There's the textures, which can take a while, the sprites, the animations for the sprites, and pretty much everything else. Knee deep in Z-Doom. Huh? I'm sorry? Oh, that's a fortune. Ooh. You're good at what you do. You're really good at what you do, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah Mancuso. Really good at what she does. "13 maps, okay. Wait, haven't we done this before? 2007 Scuba Steve was right. Knee Deep in Z-Doom was one of the best WODs of that year, but also fair to acknowledge that time has not been kind to Knee Deep in Z-Doom. Frankly, in 2022, it kinda sucks. Players are easily lost in the labyrinthine map layouts, the added Z-Doom features feel dated, and a lot of the visuals are borderline offensive as a result of a too many cooks in the kitchen approach to design. Despite those feelings, some truly remarkable set pieces can be found within the project, and players like SL Forsham were quick to ask themselves, could this project be salvaged by a good artist? Actually, SL Forsham posed an even more ridiculous follow-up question, could this be done in Vanilla Doom? She has done both the original project and myself a favor because this is where I get to save face and atone for one of my most malign decisions. Knee Deep in Z-Doom is not just a great project and a showcase of one woman's ability to stretch the creative limits of Doom 2.exe, it's better than the original Advanced Source Port project it set out to lampoon. To truly understand why Knee Deep in Z-Doom is a masterpiece, let me break my argument into 3 parts. Whoa. Wait a minute, is that Reflections? Reflections in Doom? In the original Doom, by the way. The hell? How? Whoa. Oh, it's Scuba Steve himself. That said it. Damn. Okay. Let's start. Let's sing this. Knee Deep in Z-Doom outshines the source material. The goal was to replicate as much of the original Z-Doom based project as possible using the constraints of Vanilla Doom. This meant changes to the geometry had to be made in order to circumvent visplane limits, but more importantly, entire sections of maps were reworked to improve playability and reduce the frustrations inherent in the original designs. Inspired by SP's suspended in Dusk, SL Forsham also completely retextured every map and removed the garish geometry littering the original release. To coincide with the new map layouts, the bestiary saw numerous changes as well, unable to replicate the full slate of monsters and their behavior. Far more consideration was given to monster types and their attacks so they could be utilized with more precision. Take for example the Suicide Troopers. While Knee Deep in Z-Doom originally had rocket troopers directed like glass cannons, they were prominently known for killing themselves. Well, I'll take the concept to its logical conclusion, introduce an enemy variant that could really cause the player harm. Knee Deep in Zdoom is proof that great artists can do more with less. Knee Deep in Zdoom is a brilliant parody. This project began as a shitpost and became a masterpiece. You can acknowledge the brilliance of this project without simultaneously talking about... Oh, and...
My patient.
No. Okay. You can't acknowledge the brilliance of this project without simultaneously talking about the commitment to lampooning the source material. Framed as a History Channel style. Whoops. There we go. History Channel style retelling of the original events. Knee Deep in Zdoom goes to great lengths to build a narrative around the player, an actor portraying the original Doom guy from Knee Deep in Zdoom. Ha! Every map is littered with Easter eggs referencing poor design choices from the original maps. The misaligned monitor in the corner is now a uniquely cracked texture. The original maze-like key hunts are now the butt of inter-office email jokes in custom textures, and impossible geometry is disguised as cardboard cutouts. From beginning to end, Knee Deep in Zdoom is played straight but never takes itself seriously. Knee Deep in Zdoom is a technical marvel. Failure to highlight the ways in which this project straight up abuses the vanilla Doom 2.exe would be doing it a disservice. Nearly 30 years of community research went into making this project possible, and Knee Deep in Zdoom uses every known trick in the book. Here's just a sample of what SL Fortune was able to accomplish. Conveyors, a recently discovered vanilla trick, are used to create scripted events like sideways opening doors. Palette hacks have allowed for full bright color ranges and new monster color combinations. Creative mid-textures and lighting are constantly utilized as faux slop geometry. Every quirk of the software renderer is harnessed to create some truly breathtaking visuals like fake reflective floors, like we're seeing here. And we haven't even discussed the dehacked patch. Knee Deep in Zdoom has co-opted almost every frame and code pointer available and put them to use by creating invisible actors for scripted events, nearly doubling the bestiary, as well as giving the new monsters some never-before-seen features like slow-moving block map projectiles that act as a shield. 30 years of community technical knowledge and third-party tools allowed Knee Deep in Zdoom to be created. Dude, that's cool. Upon initial release, it was easy to write off SL Fortune's project as a cute sideshow attraction, but as interest grew, the community started to take notice and fans of the original, as well as first-time players, began to see something truly special. How did she do that? Became the topic of discussion across pages of forum posts. Mikola, of the aforementioned Miko Portal fame, even helped create Z-script code so the vanilla conveyors would work properly in Zdoom-based ports. Irony that did not go unnoticed. Knee Deep in Zdoom is something special, and we have the mind of SL Fortune to thank for that. I'll wrap this up by quoting myself from 15 years ago. I stand my ground. Knee Deep in Zdoom is one of Zdoom is one of the 10 best WADs released this year. Ooh, Shallow World, Episode 1 by Shawnee. Oh, okay. After serving as one of the pillars of last year's space restriction community projects Elevator and Skulldiverse, Shawnee has picked up a trick or two and gone back to his more adventurous roots in the expansive, nocturnal Shallow World, a WAD that drips with shadows and low-key sort of ingenuity. Shallow World's atmosphere had me at hello, in a conspicuously silent, large-scale intro map with its lonely nighttime warehouse and office complex, where either half felt like a gift to explore after unlocking the exit. Over the episode's length, this somber ambiance is always with you, as is the resurgence scaled macro structure paired with industrious detailing and the light pseudo-realism of embedded workspaces, which shifts between comfy and creepy. But what pleasantly surprised me, what creeps into the experience more and more as you get deeper, is the consistent thoughtfulness behind the action. For such a mood-driven set, Shallow World takes good pains to give every map some sort of gameplay angle. Sometimes it's a subtler, more structural one, like the openness bold choice of making 2 halves of a 42 monster map optional. Sometimes it's a lot more overt, like the Compactors, the clever series of mastermind battles with sequenced moving cover. The last 2 maps, at which point the remunerative pace of the early game has shifted to roiling chaos, are a couple of my favorite open, roaming brawls in recent memory. Refueling and transit station made it irresistible to guide around a side B as a tag team partner. Eventually, into set pieces it did not belong in as an infinite rocket launcher at the cost of a lot of extra danger, which captures just how flexibly and smartly Shallow World plays as a whole. Okay. The 10x10, the 10x10 project by Lunch. Oh. Restrictions breed creativity. It's an old adage, but it checks out, sir. Why, sir? Why the sir there? Like, wait, sir. Okay, whatever. Traditionally, projects could add a variety of new resources on top of the defaults, but many others have maps constructed from limited options, stretching back to 2000 with the 10 sectors competition, and possibly further. We've had walls confined to a smaller grid space. With a smaller grid space, set monster counts, limited monster types, some numbers of line devs / vertices, even file size as factors. Mappers need challenges as much as players do, and these projects not only put a unique spin on the process, but push authors to make something creative and enjoyable within the rule set. Rapidly approaching the game's 30th anniversary, it's not surprising that mappers will be drawn to the unusual, which may be why Lunch has taken this approach to craft. The 10x10 project, 12 map set of sophisticated limitations. What the hell? What the hell? But this looks oddly satisfying to look at. Okay. Each map in 10x10 was built using a set of 10 textures and 10 flats, though as with other map sets of its ilk, some common textures like switches and lights were also permitted for convenience. As with the Texture Extravaganza community project, the opening room of each map shows the textures / flat set that was used. Impressively, Lunch stretches these resources such that players could easily forget about the limitations. Bits of the available textures are sectioned off or combined creatively to appear as new ones, and flats are definitely mixed together using sector designs. With each unique set of options, new motifs are explored in each map, and the aesthetic never suffers from the repetition of its resources. It's a testament to its construction that a tour with no monsters proved enjoyable, taking the sights and inspecting each room for new applications of the graphics. No monsters, you say? Nonsense, as Lunch has that covered as well, with combat calibrated to complement your surroundings. From my experience, this author favors fights with some bite, and 10x10 is no exception. There's tight incidental skirmishes, tricky combat set-piece fights at key moments, claustrophobic or large-scale slaughterfests, and nasty traps to keep you guessing. You may also be clued into what to expect for the first shot. Map 7, the Z-Zol method, serves as a tribute to Killer 5's The Event Horizon. Map 9's Abuse Me Darling will give you Sunder vibes at the mere start of the opening room, and the secret map, the Anna Dream, will recall sweet memories of that one time reality collapsed around you. We've all been there. Oh. Oh, like that. We'll call sweet memories of that one time reality collapsed around you. But why sweet memories? Why is that sweet memories? There's enough variety between the fights and sites to give each map a unique identity, presented with professionalism and tongue occasionally tucked in cheat. Each map containing secret SS, secret SS, SS's, SS's. Wait, each map containing secret SS, SSS. So some bouncy music choices and the Cyberdemon's new casual wear. Can only imagine. Doing for as long as I have, witnessing so much activity and love for the game in this modern age is nothing short of encouraging, but it is especially fascinating and heartening to see just how many challenges the players and mappers alike are willing to create and overcome in their push to redefine Doom for the coming age. 10x10 serves as a perfect exemplar to that endeavor. Okay. Declared New Apocalypse by Can 3. Creepy hand. Okay. Okay. Once again, imprisoned by demonic agents, our local Doom guy. Oh, looks pretty. Our local Doom guy has to fight his way out of prison, the sewers, and the local tech base in order to finally return home. Little does he know that during his incarceration, the end times have begun and the world he once knew is no more. The ground has corroded, the air is putrid, and the Lambda base. Hang on. Once again, imprisoned by demonic agents, fights his way out of prison, the sewers, and the local tech base. What is this? Half-Life? And considering that, and the Lambda base is void of all life. The winds of the cemeteries are howling, it is just you and the hordes of hell. Oh no, it's like Kane, but with the E written in leet. Okay. Declare New Apocalypse is Kane's first project, but don't let this fact put you off from this otherworldly map set, as the author has clearly mastered the class of environmental storytelling before approaching the editor. Similarly to Inland's Hurt, this project utilizes the Vanilla Tomb 2 texture set to the maximum, backed up by UDMF features as far as the eye can see. Extremely efficient use of sector lighting, darkness-clad and broken versions of locations that the player has visited in earlier maps, accompanied by some top-notch music track selections, all intertwined together to give each map a strong sense of place. Throughout this incredible journey, you will collect relics that contain lore from monsters never before seen. Cool. Blasting through both old and new enemies with your updated arsenal, featuring stronger versions of familiar weapons, supplemented by a couple of old friends returning from the early days of Skulltag, namely the railgun and the grenade launcher, as well as 4 brand new and deadly weapons you will have to take from the cold dead hands of the very 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. This map sets unique new bosses. The bell tolls for you, dear reader, and the end times. It sent the horsemen riding back to the hellhole they spawned from. Declared New Apocalypse is a true marvel, and we eagerly wait to see what else Kane has in store for us in the future. Nope. I do know. Okay, I do know about Overboard because I saw I mean, I didn't watch it, but I did see that the made videos on it. So let's go and see what the madman Moldy himself. Let's see what the madman himself, the madman Moldy himself, made for this. With Overboard, Moldy has come back with a bang, and when I say that, I'm only partly referring to the explosive poop gag, the third map. There's a risk inherent in being a long-anticipated follow-up to a classic, that of having to live under its shadow. If you squint from really far away, Overboard sort of looks like just a small package of what made Going Down special, down to a structure implied by the mode of transportation between levels. A hell ambulatory, ambulance, A hell ambulatory elevator there, a fuel guzzling motorboat here. Okay. But Overboard is truly more defined by the ways it deviates from its predecessor, such as its goofy, sunny vibe rather than anything with a surprising amount of existential horror and the macabre behind its comic tone. And its genuinely undemanding nature, rather than what was for some players a taxing megawatt-long experience. Moldy's added more moves to his comedic arsenal, including silly comic gags that play out like in more cutscenes, some featuring quote-unquote dialogue. Cool, it's a boat. That's a submarine. This amounts to easily the most delightful WOD of 2022. A lot of boundary pushing modes are such because they strain the capabilities of the engine. The question they draw out is, how do you do that in Doom? But the Overboard instead pushes imaginative boundaries, constantly cooks up ideas and scenarios that feel surprising anyone ever thought to implement in the game. Like the skeleton crew that was up to ambush you on its own boat. It feels routine, like the experience swims on an effervescent surf of ingenuity and humor. There's a type of newcomer level design. There's a type of newcomer level designer who gets intimidated by architecturally dazzling levels and thinks, I can't do that. I can match up and no one will like my stuff. Point them to this one. As a static construct, it looks good and picturesque and all, but where it truly excels is in the creativity, the skits, and tricks that simple constructs are used to depict. The visuals are cozy and understated, the layouts tightly scaled, with spaces existing only as needed to bring clever ideas to life. So yes, you can make my house that WOD, or my boat that WOD, and have it end up top shelf. This game is not a monolith. Countless modes of design exist. Far from the cleverness being just for presentation, it underpins Overboard's many gameplay. A simple, easily described example is one set up in depth-charged submarine hull. You're holding off a funnel of enemies ahead of you, while a dangerous Arachnotron turret at the back threatens to hose you down. Taking out the spider is the obvious play, but doing so sets the next wave in motion. A troop of imps springing out from lockers nearby, along with the second spider turret. Doesn't make you regret your choice, but prevents it from being a total freebie. This type of anticipatory design, ordinarily rare, is common in Overboard, and transmits a feeling of author agency deep into even the most hectic bedlam. Just about every choice you make, deliberately or unwittingly, has pros and cons, but the cons are not designed to punish you severely, but rather to overwhelm you with the enjoyable madness. It all culminates in the closing map, Seaside Siege, which is an open jibs and barrels beachside brawl that is a contender for one of the most purely fun maps this year, supercharged with satisfying moments, and larger in scale than anything in Going Down. Wait, as it culminates? After the epilogue, there's a 6th-level bonus mode that no chance survives the original maps, upping the monster count and shifting into absurdity, with extra ridiculous archviles and cyberdemons. The second loop is designed to play off of foreknowledge of the terrain, trap locations, and secret uncovered the first time around. It's a surprisingly simple concept, but one I hope a few more sets explore if it suits their tone. Anyway, after run, there's a notch about fucking around with my boat. And the last one here. Whoa, that's cool. Dance on the Water by El Inferno. Ooh, nice. By Kinetic. Whoa, that's look how it goes. And by David Assad. Oh! That's A1S. Ready to cut a rug? Don't be so sure. Dance on the Water is exceptionally difficult and uncompromisingly niche map set. It arranges a series of disconnected vignettes or chapters. Each of the 7 main maps features a unique setting and distinct gameplay theme, which are often as mechanically inventive as they are physically demanding. The titular map takes place on a web of glowing superstructures rising from a lake of pitch illumined by a burning dawn, and requires the player to tango with an oppressive monster melange in an environment with very limited footing and even less solid cover. Later proceedings involve a frantic flight across the broken, blood-red hellscape from a literal army of skeletons determined to trouser Charleston over your battered corpse, a somber waltz of destruction in an otherworldly sanctum of seas, and a meticulous foxtrot along the treacherous precipices of a wraith-haunted mountain face floating in golden ether, among others. The fuck? An additional trio of bonus maps not accessible through normal means plumb even deeper and deadlier depths, including the apocryphal No Shot, a gleefully sinister tribute to another legendary map of the hardcore niche, and easily one of the most extreme pieces of map design this year. No Shot, even is obviously a tribute to No Chance. Yet, there is a quieter and more reflective side here, too. Extended periods of relaxed platforming and traversal stand in stark contraposition to the set's fever-pitched dances of death, affording time to meditate and drink in the stately ambience of the environments, which are imaginatively realized from the ever-versatile Otex Tech resource. Music selections skew unconventional for the challenge genre, favoring mellifluous rock and meandering prog pieces. Nowhere is the poignant tonal constant which defines the work more complex and more complete than in its crown jewel, Watershed. A 5 to 6 hour odyssey of unforgettable encounters across a flooded realm of oddly uplifting bleakness. Wait, a 5 to 6 hour? What the hell? The marriage of unapologetically challenging gameplay and dramatic, visually scintillating presentation is nothing new to the Doom scene. It's a rare thing, though, to find an experience of such dueling extremes of mood and content as affecting as Dance on the Water, which proffers a textual contrast between unrelenting brutality and quiet contemplation, which is truly as elegant as the name. Dude! Okay. Wait, no, let's read the little section that's next to it. Okay. Intergalactic Xenology Trilogy. Okay. Intergalactic Xenology, originally released episodically, has been completed as a full 15-map set, featuring 5 additional levels that cement the set's evolution and represent some of its best maps yet. In 2020, DreadUp and Lord_Z released Part 1 as a streamlined pan to modern Doom, coffee break, run and gun in aquariums and caverns, and astral temples befitting of ancient aliens resource pack. The second episode kicked off an enigmatic shift towards metaphysical ideas and space-time fuckery. The gem being symbiotic infestation, which had the brilliant idea of shrinking you and sending you into the guts of a cacodemon, armored with in-universe narrative storytelling. This year's third episode, Future Chains, is 5 more maps that blend the best of both, or rather all of X's diverse. Whatever. Worlds bearing yet more enigmatic concepts and prismatic settings. My favorite being Gravity Sprints. My favorite being Gravity Sprints, striking suspended rocky landscape and trippy weightlessness tricks, and some of Xenology's most exciting action yet. Y'all out there better use more of AA text, or I'm coming to your house in a UFO and blaring that awful Pearl Jam MIDI over it 24/7. Here's to you, DreadUp and Lord_Z. Okay. Now there's something I need to check. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to actually go to the bathroom before. Hang on. Just make sure that... Okay. It won't be on that thing. Okay. All right. Now I'm actually going to check now the thing I want to do, which was to go check the wiki and see what were actually the midis for this for those walls. Okay, well, I mean, I can't check all of them because some of them actually just don't have a page yet. Okay, so far the first one is okay. So far, Jump Wad has a Biomenace song from Biomenace. Okay. From Jazz Jackrabbit. What? 1994 video game. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Ozonia is... Oh! Has a song from Moonblood. Is it the one I think it is? Yeah, it is. Cool. Wait. Moonblood Shrine? Wait a minute. Moonblood Shrine is actually... No, you got me curious now. Remember the same person? It is! Ooh. Now I want to know. Is the third installment in this Moonblood series? Yay! That gives me a reason to actually play it. Okay. Why? Because, okay, that one was actually in the list that I found. It was like a tier list of difficulty. There was Moonblood in the middle. I didn't know what to think about it. There was Moonblood somewhere like before. It was after Sigil in level of difficulty, but before Plutonia. But apparently, it actually follows that one, and I did see like a playthrough of it, and I like the story aspect. The story aspect is very, very special, and so I knew that I was going to play Moonblood because I wanted to play through that list too. And apparently, there's a sequel to that, Exomoon, also known as Moonblood X, which is the follow-up to that, I guess. Yeah, it's a follow-up. Nice. Okay, and.
My patient.
God damn it! Could you stop wanting me to brush my teeth? Are you trying to tell me something? So yeah, that looks really. So yeah, I'm happy about that. I'm happy that I actually got, you know, more mention because the Moonblood is really like nothing. Oh wait, I mean I say nothing because it's like not really mentioned anywhere. It's not even a runner-up for Kakarot Award. It's not even an honorable mention. It's just there, like a bunch of other ones. Development started as a remake of the author's first World Eclipse, but the resulting project became larger in scope, containing not only greatly reworked versions of levels found in Eclipse, but also many brand new ones. In turn, Moonblood would later be partially created in the author's next Mega One, Exomoon, which was also followed afterwards. It's a sequel to Moonblood. Maps take inspiration for the style of its predecessor as well as that of the early levels from Backstone X, Scythe, and Manolacus. The map set was released on the Doom World forums on August 1st, 2018. It was a runner-up at the 2018 CAC Awards. It received a sequel titled Ozonia in 2021, which has received a CAC Award. So congrats! So congrats to Thomas. I don't know how to actually pronounce those. Well, congrats to him. Really, congrats. Ooh, multi-part maps. Ooh, like whoa. The Rin Bazaar. Moonblood. Blood 1. Subterraneo. Subterraneo 2. Citadella 1. Citadella 2 by someone else. Moonblood 2. Moonblood 3. Cool. Okay, it was heavily inspired by the Plutonian Experiment and focuses on creating strategic set-piece encounters with a low enemy count. On the highest difficulty setting, it aims to have a difficulty on par with that of Eternity. Okay. Oh, his name. Oh, the name of. Oh, it's Deadwing. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad for him. I'm really am glad for him. Really. Because I really did like it. Just looking at it, I was like, that looks so cool. Of course. Ooh, Tristan Clark music, nice. Primeval music, nice. For elementalism. Elementalism. There we go. Sorry. Zombie goes shopping for map 14, just to be called the actual end for Overboard. It's part of like the new game plus thing. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now let's check. Let me put myself here again. Okay, so now we're at the special features. Whoa. Okay, so we have the Greenyaner pastures. Okay. When it comes to this dear game of ours, there is little doubt in most players' minds that going back to the past is an integral part of the experience in more ways than one. Be replaying the old Romero tech bases one more time, playing all the WASD from days of yore, or just trying out and building new mods and map sets that are influenced by the classics, there inevitably comes that special time when the then becomes the now. What Bwen has released this year, nevertheless, proves to be unusual even in that sense, for Greenyan is no more is no mere reference to the past. It is the metropolis built over the ruins of the ancient city. Greenian was released back in May, but was overlooked by some due to being posted to Doom World forums only at the second closing of November. Its original title was Harrion 2 Second Life, which gives the whole premise away. This is a remake, reimagining, and remaster of the venerable Harrion 2 Megawatt all at once. It is, however, something more profound than even that. Something more personal. Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. For a small crash course in the history of Harrion 2 is needed for those who may not be familiar with the Megawatt, or with the top version was of all time when it was initially awarded. I know that it was there. As explained back in the day by Sybe, Harrion 2 is most notable for utilizing assorted graphics and sounds from Heretic and Hexen and combining them with Doom, resulting in a memorable and well done mishmash. What I would like to further elaborate on though, that despite Harrion 2's heavy lifting of Raven's resources, it managed, even back then, to conjure an atmosphere that was all its own. Part of that was because ambient sounds and certain features such as fog and deep water were novel, but the main reason was actually its own level design, which does not actually resemble either Raven or id Software much, in the end. Ian Wilson created mysterious, almost meditative maps drenched in atmosphere and focus on exploration, whilst maintaining a very individualistic touch, reflected as much in the environments as in, unusually, the map titles themselves. And it comes Bwin's conversion, done per his own admission, due to the immense influence the original project held over his mapping career. Right off the bat, what was one considered Harrion 2's signature element is greatly reduced, as most of the old Raven graphics are either removed or take the backseat for new, high-resolution graphics, complemented by significant retexturing throughout that has radically altered the landscape and the structures. Yet everything feels instantly familiar. Navigating the caverns, exploring the towns, unearthing the castles, and trekking through the mountains of Greenian feels like revisiting the nostalgic place from one's childhood decades after the fact, even though you never immediately guessed they were related to projects by just guessing at the screenshots. It does look very pretty. We're just releasing a screenshot. Which, by the way, did I mention look really damn good? Speaking, I just said that. There it is. Bwin's impeccable decoration and texture variety makes even the most mundane locations exciting to explore and to just be in, whether they're outdoors or not. Of course, the resulting changes and vibe manage to strike a different chord than Ian Wilson's magnum opus, and so may not be to everyone's taste. But therein lies also Bwin's greatest feat, which is that of making Harrion 2 into his own world without compromising its soul. Old, somewhat bizarre map titles like An Old Friend You Need and He Shouldn't Be Here get additional meaning through the new intermission texts and the way the map layouts have been changed, and entire levels re-envisioned will mean that those expecting a quick revisit into Harrion 2 will be in for quite a reality check. Nice. I want to see that. Whoa! Whoa! That's so cool! Looks so cool! So cool! Ah! That's because Greenian does not seek to be a replacement for Harrion 2. Rather, it is fundamentally a case study in the personal relationship that a mapper can have with past works, and in a scene as long-lasting as the Doom one, is downright heartwarming to see the kind of special place certain ones have in the hearts of all of us. Now, don't mean to steal Ian Wilson's thunder in the slightest, for it is the genius of his original vision and project that, while with its own limits and flaws, continues to inspire mappers well over 20 years after its release. Whether you're a Harrion 2 veteran or someone merely intrigued by the premise, you can make B1's personal journey to the past into your very own adventure. Beautiful, just beautiful. Can I just say, I love the view of like distant planets. That's what it is. I guess we'll go down to this path. Okay. 20 years of Doom Kid. Nice. Following in the wake of Jimmy and Todsman's commemorative mapping competitions, Doom Kid, a long-standing pillar of the Doom community, saw fit to host a similar event celebrating his own 20th anniversary, and to do so in a style he has spent the past 3 years perfecting. After all, the success of both the Rowdy Rudy and Ray Mohawk community project sequels is widely known. It can largely be attributed to two factors: extremely distinct theming, extending across every element of the game, from weapons to monsters to textures to their eponymous protagonists, and the kid's own reputation as a veteran mapper, community stalwart, and all-around swell dude. Nice. I love the different textures. Here. And here too. That's a different gun over there. Like a hole in the wall there, but that's leaking. Cool. Jamal Jones, in some ways, follows the template set by these prior Doom Kid CPs, featuring a fresh protagonist, new weapons, and a number of recurring villains from the series. Where it differs, however, is in its relative lack of thematic focus. Its eschewal of the loose narratives frames of its predecessors, greatest hits. Damn it. Of the loose narrative frames of its predecessors in favor of a greatest hits amalgam of recurring elements and motifs, as well as in its relative lack of quality control. In short, Doom Kid led open the floodgates, allowing anyone and everyone to run wild with the Doom Kid starter kit he provided. The end result is a massive 3-part gigawatt containing maps of every description, more comparable to a port and theme-restricted version of the Doom World Mega Project series that is own for bearers. In spite of all these differences, it all works in the project's favor. Due to its pitch, Jamal Jones really does feel like a celebration of Doom Kid's 20 years of involvement in the community. For the maps included offer a wide variety of influences from many different eras of mapping, at times echoing projects such as Requiem, Strain, Perdition's Gate, and then others very clearly nodding toward much newer productions. The contest saw many contributors get involved, but even if their skills vary, one thing that can be said for certain is that the participants grasp what Doom Kid wants to deliver, and as a result, Jamal Jones does not fall short of his previous, more focused projects. The extensive de-hacked overhaul, texture palette comprised of scaled-down versions of high-resolution stock Doom textures and an adherence to a minimalistic quasi-90s aesthetic, and makes every map in the set blend in with the rest in a more organic fashion than most projects of this type and scale. The end result is a surprisingly cogent experience, one in which unrefined first maps can sit alongside the works of veteran mappers without much dissonance. Even after the winners of the contest were announced, Doom Kid made a point of underlying how, in reality, everyone who contributed was a winner, because the spirit of the project was carried through exceptionally well by all involved. Nothing could be closer to the truth, as Doom Kid has proven exceptional in his ability to galvanize the community around his projects and ideas. We can only hope that many more people will get to be winners in the years to come. Nice. Oh, meeting Doom midway. Sorry. Okay. Despite of all the amusing talk about just how many systems Doom has been ported to, about to a printer, a printer screen, a pregnancy test, credit card machine, calculator, and everything one. Undoubtedly, the most important ports Doom has received were the ones on consoles back in the 90s. And even though it may be hard to remember these days, those console ports are the way quite a few people in fact originally discovered the game. After id Software's own port to the Atari Jaguar, there is little doubt that beloved and versions of consoles have both been developed by Williams Entertainment / Midway Studios. First with their excellent port of the first two games to the PlayStation, and then with what is in all respects a brand new sequel, Doom 64, on Nintendo's PS1 competitor. Now, community efforts to port many of the console versions to PC have yielded great results over the years, culminating in Night Dive Studios' excellent re-release of Doom 64, alongside several fan projects. However, as more and more projects either based off of or inspired by the console ports appear, it's clear that there is still much left unexplored in this realm, and this is why projects like Doom CE by Mollusico, even your logo is Doom 64 and your background is, despite treading familiar ground, nonetheless comes off as fresh and long overdue. As a package, Doom CE feels nothing if not complete. Based off the previous PS1 TC and D64 Retribution projects, you get the whole of PS1 Doom, PS1 Final Doom, and Doom 64 running on GZ Doom. But it doesn't stop there. A myriad of enhancements are present, ranging from optional visual enhancement, improved sounds, and different soundtrack options. Furthermore, the maps that were cut for inclusion in the original PlayStation version have been given the Williams treatment and are featured here as well. It doesn't stop there though. Considering Doom CE is the latest in a long line of fan projects, it is then fitting that the best feature about it is the inclusion of fan creations themselves. It's because you do not only get the original id Software and Midway Studio maps, which of course require a copy of the Doom 64 I want to play, but on top of that, there are a significant number of fan mega wants to play for both the PS1 and the Doom 64 versions. So if you ever wanted to experience projects such as Beta 64 or The Unmaking in GZ Doom, there is no better time than now. The Doom 64 side additionally received further enhancements in the form of recreations of most of the missing Doom 2 monsters, courtesy of Dr. Peepsy, excellent custom sprite sets, allowing Revenants and Archviles to finally roam the dark. The colorful lens of Doom 64 should you enable the option to add them in. That's this image, that's where we're seeing them here. It does fit. I have to admit, it does fit. Look, they look a bit off, but then again, the only reason why they look off because we didn't see them. So actually seeing them feels weird. Oh. A lot of amazing work has gone in. Yeah, a lot of amazing work has gone into this package, which is true not just for Doom CE itself, but also for the projects and mods it has inherited. And it is, by all means, one of the most interesting ways to experience console Doom content, both for those who grew up with it and for those who want to experience these dark, moody levels for the first time. You can only hope to see more Doom 64 and PS1 maps being added over time for an even bigger and more replayable package. As it is, the level of polish and the amount of extra content make Doom CE a thoroughly engrossing experience. Oh, promising newcomers. Let's go. Okay. Every year in this spot we say, okay, last year Featurette was big, we'll downscale this a bit this year. No one has literally ever said that. Featurette, but you get the point. But every year as we reach the finish line, life isn't practical. Again, this is not every single newcomer one might think of as promising, just our favorites. Perhaps the single most individually productive of the scene's ever burgeoning crop of new mappers, this year Snaxodon has been a true dynamo, authoring a welter of maps covering a broad palette of different styles, inspirations, and paces, all realized with an obvious gusto and infectious enthusiasm for the game. Ante Mortem, a supercharged hybrid of an arena brawler and adventure, already appeared earlier in the wars. Also of note among the author's achievements are Stickney Installation, a complete 36 map replacement for the Ultimate Doom, which blends the dueling design sensibilities of Wonderful Doom and the original Scythe, various one-off CP contributions, and the most timely producer/director credit on the horror-themed CP Gore Hounds of Doom. All of we devotees of spooks and splatters thank you for mid-whiffing this one, Snax. Among others. With the full-scale replacement for Doom 2 already in the works, this author shows no sign of slowing down, and we all look forward to what's coming in 2023 and beyond. Another of the year's most prolific authors, in 2022, The lock produced a full solar megawatt, the box of 1,000 demons, seen earlier in the awards. Okay. Various CP contributions both on and off of Doom World, and an unorthodox map set known simply as Untitled, which seems to merge the experiences of playing a set of Doom maps and walking through a traditional art exhibit in a fascinating way, while at least some of the author's initial stylistic inspirations and references are fairly obvious, particularly to one conversant with the challenge-oriented sphere. A deeper appraisal sees the rapid emergence of a very distinct artistic voice, willing to take the game's mechanics and visual components in singular directions that openly value personal expression above all other ends. Oh, Stickney installation that is there. Okay. Damn. Okay. There have been many extremely high-quality single maps from newcomers this year. The Old Bean Factory, I know by the way because of Malpain, by KWC, immediately struck a chord with many, with its with its lifelike presentation, intriguing design, and laugh-out-loud humor. Amid the demon invasion, Doomguy would still do anything to get his hands on his favorite brand of canned beans, including through finding several war-torn cities to reach the bean facility itself. It's one of those maps that expertly combine adorable and hilarious details with a slick, brisk layout that would go down as smoothly as iced vodka despite the monster occupancy in the triple digits. The Royal Wheeze, the Mauve Zone, is on the other hand a very different take on the seascape setting, with surreal fire blue ambient visuals and clever tricks and ACS magic that are sure to throw you in for a loop. There's a concrete feeling of dread as you explore the claustrophobic house and the realms it's connected to, all skillfully achieved using a modified vanilla MIDI and original graphics only. Conversely, Large Cat's The Salt Mines might look more conventional if you gloss over the zombie man's blue hair. But this plunge into the mining facility will prove every bit as memorable as the latest in fashionable zombie haircuts. The congested caves offer a new challenges for each room, culminating into a huge and optional final fight you better come well equipped for. Amusingly, you can eat some of the salt, maybe Doomguy should consider a pet goat next, to restore your health, but by the time the bodies have piled up, the USC or whoever else runs this facility ought to consider renaming this into the Blood Mines. Finally, Laszlo Paneflex made quite a splash with two excellent offerings. The Tufesbrick and Esrabik as part of Ramp 22, a part of OTEC's fuel space stations that feel incessantly absorbing, vividly colorful, and straight up inhumane. The perfect mixture of the seemingly man-made and the demonic in their structural design. The first map is a deep dive into ancient ruins and even more ancient caverns, while the second's bright reactors and technological edifices leave no room for disappointment. Both maps play excellently and are quite tough to boot, and we're interested to see what other fascinating locations Laszlo Paneflex and all these other mappers have in store for us. Whoa! Face. Other face. Okay, wait, you can't see it, but other face. Face. Oh yeah, I know, that's definitely OTEX, yeah. Nice wall. I like this wall. Okay. Another routine scouting mission at USC-owned waste processing plant suddenly gone dark uncovers a secret archaeological dig site and leads to a harrowing journey into the bowels of hell that to the veteran demon slayer feels just like a holiday at home. Thoroughly and unabashedly kindred with the original Doom 2 in style, lurks hell on earth, makes excellent use of stock textures and classic themes and settings, and presents them in a finely tuned, tightly balanced, and keenly polished package suitable for a modern palette. Fast-paced map design, slide traps, and clever set pieces keep the buckshot flying and the bodies piling up in this new performance of a timeless play. Equal parts Cheshire grinning whimsy and the stone cold malice. WXNDXX Never Come Back relates the cautionary tale of a lost ship run aground near a mysterious island in strange sanguine seas. at the unfortunate fates of those who dare to venture ashore, combining a fantastical and playfully macabre, sending like something out of a dream with a razor-sharp height and balance, a ruthless opening gauntlet, and the climactic battle equally fierce and surreal. NCB is a fairy dusted gut punch, which immediately evokes the early work of Death Destiny and other hardcore luminaries, and hopefully the first of many to come from the author. In Burden of Flesh, Ars of Team Z Voito evinces a bizarreness and excessiveness backed by formidable creativity, like staring into the maw of something obscene. It's as if every strand of difficult slaughter over the past 20 or so years, from Sunderites, Deus Vaults, New Gothics, French Void Gothic, I'll reveal Tuits, to Mucus Flows, and more, was all piled into a blender, yet somehow, through all of that, it was not only retained its author signature, but managed to come across as if it had no precedent. Rough around the edges it might be, the author shows great industriousness and talent. And it always warms my cold, black husk of a heart to see a new author find something of value and wonder in the past. And with the finally titled A Lost World, Dubdude 6677 seems to have done just that. Going from zero to a demon-mauling, blood-splattering 100 miles an hour over the course of just its first level. A Lost World reads as an 11-map pan to the venerable Hell Revealed 2, and similar monoliths to violence of its age, gifting the player a vast arsenal and plenty of elbow room to use the strategically devastate encroaching legions of demons. Visceral, straightforward, but subtly nuanced fun, cast from an older mold. Last but not least, driven interminably forward by the pulse of a dark electro soundtrack composed by the author Tei Tenga's Never, is a breakneck voyage through an abstract industrial netherware lit by flickering, flexpect fluorescence, past towering monoliths of cold concrete and unfeeling circuitry. From simple elements comes a totally distinct impression of a bizarre world of warehouse-scale liminal spaces brought to life by an eclectic and energetic suite of gunning and running. And just what are you running from, you may ask? Just wait till you meet the realm's native strain of Cacodemon to find out. This is a Cacodemon! Ew! It doesn't have the eyes, it's just a mouth! It's just a floating mouth! Don't like that. Jesus. Oh, we have the little... Oh, God. Jesus. Okay. Lights, camera, action Doom. I hope you're ready for the return of one of the most irreverent, chaotic, memorable, and straight-up-in-your-face Doom experiences ever crafted. Last year, Scuba Steve was gracious enough to grant us a remastered edition for Action Doom 2, Urban Brawl, to bring it up to speed with GZ Doom's latest state. But as the man himself admitted, he received quite a few requests to carry out a similar work for its somewhat lesser-known predecessor, Action Doom, well, 1. Released all the way back in 2004, it proved to be one of the most cinematic and intriguing sets anyone had seen up to that point. Heavily influenced by side-scrolling shooter games such as Contra and Metal Slug, Action Doom's sense of humor but also masterful use of atmosphere and brilliant set pieces made it an instantly memorable adventure for anyone fortunate enough to have stumbled upon it, which, regrettably, was increasingly less people, owing to its age and the fact it did not get along particularly well with the list GZ Doom, but Action Doom Rampage Edition is here to address this. It is a very faithful remaster, with only a handful of changes compared to the original, which, if anything, truly proves what a stunning piece of work it has always been. There's nothing quite like being paradropped in the middle of a besieged city, navigating a treacherous water canyon with your trusty speedboat, jumping around on top of moving vehicles while fending off tanks. I could go on. Except practically the entire thing is a series of highlights, So grab your action beer 6-pack, hum the Action Doom song, and get through the perilous trip to the UAC facility in one piece, and due to the multiple paths you can take within the levels, you're sure to be wanting to take the trip multiple times, and hopefully beat your previous high score on Doom Racer while you're at it. I never confirmed nor deny rumors that I had an Action Doom sticker on my school diary back in middle school. Okay. New year, new ramp. Last year's Rabbit All Corners mapping project, or RAMP for short, made a lot of people turn their heads due to its sheer size and the community building approach behind its creation. It can be hard to imagine following up a 200 maps act. What? Sorry. It can be hard to imagine following up a 200 maps act so soon, but David N. quickly went back to the drawing board and during the summer announced that the next iteration of the RAMP project had begun. As its conclusion, RAMP 22 managed to garner 117 maps, almost half the size as last time. It's still bigger than almost any other project, including all 3 of the previous dumps that had inspired RAMP in the first place. Beyond its development, the structure of the Mega Wad remains otherwise the same. A single hub map allows you to tackle any of the levels submitted in any order, and in addition, you can obtain and hang several pieces of artwork for the community in the hub map itself. Neat! When it comes to levels, a grab bag is what you sign up for, and a grab bag is what you get. This maps of all sizes and difficulty styles, some made by people new at the biz, others by mappers with years of experience under their belt. What remains most impressive about RAMP, though, is the community behind it. David N. has demonstrated that he had not merely caught lightning in a bottle last year. Instead, he has managed to build up not just a series of impressive compilations, but also a whole dedicated scene revolving around them. One that has not only answered the call again, but instead emphasized what a pleasure it was to once again do so and be part of the experience for a second time. I don't know if RAMP is planned to become a yearly thing so long as the concept has fuel in the tank, but one thing is clear. David N. has shown himself a master of the multi-craft, and it's not just his community that is better off for it, but the Doom community in its entirety as well. Okay. Time for deep cleaning, okay? A local Demon Be Gone exorcist has received an offer from the UAC that he simply could not refuse. After unanimously sweeping our hearts in 2021, Infested by Jink, okay, has been updated this year with a brand new episode. Explore ancient rainy temples, ride a minecart through a cave wherein the darkness will quite literally consume you, and crush the demonic nests that shift the very fabric of the earth. In the second episode of Infested that manages to perfectly transport the intense combat and egregious vistas to a completely different thematic. While this new episode is sure to keep anyone busy for quite some time, we shudder in anticipation for what the next chapter of this silly journey through not so silly realms will bring. Oh god. How much do I have left? I didn't know about this. That part. Well, it's getting close. Well, let's keep going, eh? Alright. Damn, I think I'm gonna invest 4 hours to read all this. Really, at the moment that I'm finished reading through this, I'll end the stream. Because goddamn. This year didn't have quite the public hype of last, but that can be deceiving. The volume of releases didn't really drop off a huge amount, so we still ended up really wanting to round out the feature with more of our favorites. While it was slated to be a consistent 20 going forward, we decided 22 would make it easier to name. No promises about the pattern being 23 for 23 and so on, because at some point you have to imagine that it might get really long. This is a collection of WADs that narrowly missed silver as well as some personal favorites. It's in no particular order, like everything else. Yes, there has never been such a thing as the #1 CAC award. Hope you enjoy. You guys also have Ocula, a Bemused and Tourniquet. Woo boy. Like Ashes and Entropy, Smoke and Stardust, Blood and Black Lace comes Ocula, a collaborative foray into ominous ruins leaving the sun-scorched and soul-scarred deserts beneath the sanguine stars of yet another forgotten corpse planet by Bemused and Tourniquet, two veteran hard workers from the darker side of the doomed netherverse. Ocula's primary campaign is visceral and densely packed, an unguided tour through a triptych of metallic mausoleums whose dizzying array of hidden chambers, barren courts, and sordid undervaults are host to a gauntlet of intense, intimate battles against the burgeoning tomb hordes, whose mechanical inventiveness is matched only by their impressive lethality. This heady juxtaposition of elements, spine-crushing CQC, where every inch of floor space feels like mana from beyond on one hand, and incredibly elaborate, vertically oriented layouts mined with secrets and hidden avenues on the other, makes for an intoxicating cocktail of claustrophobia, mystery, and grandeur. Just like peanut butter and chocolate, if you ask me. Atonement by Mustachio! Pistachio ice cream! Okay. A cross-planetary odyssey of redemption encompassing a wide range of locales and more than 5 years of the author's mapping career, Atonement might well be Mustachio's magnum opus. Variety is the order of the day here. In contrast to the tiring uniformity that so often afflicts one-man megawads, from tiny mini-maps to grand non-linear adventures, Martian bases to gothic castles, casual base crawlers to slaughter-like bloodbaths, this set has it all. This range, compounded by deft management of the rise and fall of challenge and pace across the 6 episodes, plus the fantastic and wholly original soundtrack courtesy of Dollop for Murder, allows Atonement to maintain a high level of engagement throughout, making the set a joy to blast through despite its considerable length. Do not sleep on this one, dear reader. Face up and atone for your sins in a baptism of fire and bloodshed. Nice. Infection, there we go. By Exile, or EXL, if you will. When a USC research facility conducting WS experimentation suddenly goes dark, there's only one possible remedy. Of course, a lone space marine armed with a pistol. EXL, the latest tour de force, may seem conventional from its outset, but the veteran mapper's mastery of tech-based design allows Infection to shine through its seemingly predictable premise. Powered by the ever-versatile OTEX texture pack, Infection features gritty yet colorful visuals coupled with immersive sound effects seldom encountered in map sets of this kind. Its 7 maps are fairly short yet packed with enemies, and the gunplay can best be described as extremely brisk and smooth. The EXL does not hand you the super shotgun until 5 maps in, yet you will never feel its absence thanks to plentiful ammo and high numbers of zombies and imps to waste. There is more to this facility than meets the eye, but you'll have to get to the core of the problem to find out what EXL has in store for you. Poogers. 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 Okay. Yeah. From the From the enthusiastic and twisted minds of the Doom Twitch streaming collective comes a joke wall for a new generation. The project, originally conceived to be a collection of memes and shitposts, grew beyond its modest mission statement into a full 36-map megawatt spanning unrestricted combat, precarious platforming, perplexing puzzles, and more memes and shitposts, but with many clever twists and turns. While some players will find it inaccessible for disregarding traditional gameplay balance or progression, it's presented with respectable passion, infectious personality, and enough variety to provide a truly unique dooming experience. Your mileage may vary, but the path of the fog will undeniably change you. In what way is uncertain, but Classic Doom is an adventure of many flavors and Poogers samples them all. So digging and good luck. You'll need it. Pocket Slaughter, huh? By SCF. Okay. SCF shared Pocket Slaughter with a tongue-in-cheek question. Did you enjoy Michael Slaughter community project, but wish the maps weren't so long? Accordingly, it's full of tiny energetic slaughter crumpets that can be finished in 1 to 3 minutes, implying a lot like self-contained minigames, where combat scenarios are often defined by rather specific structure ideas and core objectives. The concepts and humor are fantastic. Two of my favorite ideas are Cotted Delivery Platform, a factory that pushes its hordes around comically on huge scrollers, and Carnival, a rigged carny game with barrels and a Romero head. The visuals offer a masterclass in stock textured material craft. Even with its brevity and quick development time, Pocket Slaughter is one of the most idea-rich megawatts of the year. Mapping at warp speed. Blue Pineapple and others. Originally built as a monthly speed mapping event, riding high on the colossal wave of mapping enthusiasm that came to define 2021, Mapping and Warp Speed has finally emerged from crypto sleep, having since cosmically inflated into a full 32-map space odyssey, spawning a dwarf galaxy's worth of interstellar adventure for the whole family and Zoidberg. Why and Zoidberg? Okay. Zorglo Blaskowitz 9. Zorglo Blaskowitz the 9th, our plucky green protagonist, must contend with a smorgasbord of other spatial offerings from a variety of authors, ranging in intensity from casual moonwalks to brutal slaughter-like brawls and everything in between. Skillsaw's gorgeous Ancient Aliens text is on full display throughout, helping bring to life alien worlds of every description, demonstrating once again its versatility and volumes of as yet untapped potential, while a selection of groovy midis underscore and elevate the frenetic action. Truly must play for any fan of Ancient Aliens. Nostalgia by Myolden, which is another name. I think it's the second time we see this name in here. An intravenous shot of distilled Doom action, courtesy of one of the community's finest up-and-coming creators. Nostalgia is the platonic ideal of a coffee break megawatt. In contrast to its title, the set is modern to the bone, with every element of its design working harmoniously towards providing the player with a quick rush of adrenaline, linear, explicitly telegraphed progression, unobstructive and utilitarian visual design, and tight, well-balanced encounters compound to make this set one of the most straightforwardly enjoyable outings of the year. In this busy world of ours, quick and simple pleasures should not be taken for granted. Nostalgia is, for those inclined, a perfect example of such. That does look like it. Ninja by RGD. I find RGD's use of scale irresistible. In Literalism, Map 8, Thousand Lines Community Project 3, Map 26, and now Ninja. He sculpts these titanic superstructures and landscapes that feel like they were made by ancient gods. For my money, he's on Daddy's Azer tier of commanding awe through architecture. Ninja, the architecture is not just backdrop, but home to a vertically expansive progression scheme. Steep drops, steep climbs, and elegant loops. It comes with a sorrowful MIDI and electric driving pace. in the form of a gauntlet of fun, manic fights that pound one after another like drums, which all combine into a distinct blend of melancholy and intensity. Something about it haunts me. Okay. Revenant on a spike? Ugh. Sign of Torment by King D. If I were to sum up Sign of Torment in just a few words, it'd be dread-inducing. This accomplishes not too predictable jump scares, but via a much more existentially sinister feeling that you are going to die alone and horribly in this cursed land. It becomes a one-man mega-war that one can only assume is a depiction of the struggles against mental illness, imposter syndrome, and self-doubt. Oh boy. This strong theme is divided into 3 episodes of many colors: red, white, and black, each more grim than its predecessor, with the 3rd episode being particularly spine-chilling in no small part thanks to the accompanying inhuman, distressing music that perfectly fits the associated maps. The slow burn of Sign of Torment makes the player come to the realization that while the monsters try to kill you physically, the very walls and floors are trying to kill you mentally. While the gameplay doesn't veer far off the likes of Plutonia, the package as a whole is an entirely unique experience few other map sets can provide. Woo. Blah. Oh god, so much pink. But that mouth there, that is creepy. Wretch Flesh by Half Cool. For someone still in love with the classical era of the Doom POD scene, I have to say, I am, because I still do like some of the older stuff. Like, I'm having a lot of, I love Doomsday of UAC. It's so cool, and I love Galaxia. It's very pretty, and I mean, it's very different. You know, for something in 1994, it's very cool. Anyway. There is something immediately cozy and nostalgic about the filthy prison cell in which Wretched Flesh begins, violently wresting the weapon away from the obligatory brain-dead jailer tasked with keeping you feels like the beginning of a story as ageless as Once Upon a Time. The daring escape which follows leads to a trek through demon-haunted towns, a derelict smelting plant, fallen military outposts, and on into the churning cloaca of hell itself on the fated journey into the the heart of darkness. But whereas Wretched Flesh framing in presentation are as comfy as an old pickup truck, there's a beast chained beneath the hood, and proceedings quickly rev up into some of the fiercest fever-pitch action of the year, driven by boom-injected, elaborately scripted set-piece battles which unfold organically in increasingly chaotic stages and with real cinematic flair. Praise the old blood, hail the new flesh. That's creepy. Let's see this. That's a freaking alligator. Or crocodile, whatever. Plutonium Revisited Community Project 2 by Joshi and others. Love the potential fun of a community project with such a well-known theme is perpetual anticipation. That feeling of what angle will the next map use. This is a promise that PRCP2 relays early around the stellar Agarthan anomaly with its Doom-cute spaceship and secret alligator inlet, like over there, I guess. And then delivers on with countless twists and turns and unexpected takes on Plutonia that mostly just work. We're in an era I think of as the Great Synthesis 3, where if there's one oddball skill a mapper could ever have in your wildest dreams, you can count on someone to have it. A few more of my favorites are Calamity Valley and its multi-directional lit ambience, impressive macro structure, vicious inventive set pieces, and long-range combat. Small, austere ironclad for how it turned dickish chain gunner squads and closer quarters heavy-hitter barrages into joyous fun. Wrong Turn and its libraries and lush, glow-sucked junglescape and sense of mystery. Awestruck built around a cave harbor packed with violent action, but even beyond the individual maps, it's cool how the late stretch started to channel this undercurrent of ominous energy. A horror that is recognizably Plutonian, but also something else. Ooh! Ooh! That's definitely alt text again. That has to be alt text again. Okay, Hydrosphere by Bree. There we go, by Bree. If you like barrel explosions, bloody scuffles with scads of fodder and tight looping layouts, Hydrosphere, one of the year's best chill and play Doom coffee break sets, is well worth a download. The relentlessness with which it pursues this amusing combo of sensory pleasures is commendable, as is the way it's stuffed into industrial facilities with serious, meticulous craft behind them. It came out before Overboard, and without any direct inspiration connecting them, but the lightness of tone, the cerulean colors, and the bright naturalist settings give them a good amount of mood appeal in common. Okay. Ante Mortem, Episode 1 by Snaxolotl. Sometimes when mixing and matching texture packs and mods, end up with a formula that works together like peanut butter and jelly. And so by merging the beautiful alt-text with the adrenaline machine that is supercharged, we obtain Ante Mortem, bringing forth 5 large maps that feature tech and health themes alike. Another wombo combo we all know and love. Snaxolotl utilizes GZ Doom for all it's worth, with multi-story buildings, portal shenanigans, shapes so unrecognizable they can only be achieved with intricate slope trickery, and of course hundreds of beefed up enemies to blast into pieces with the rapid firing arsenal that Supercharge provides. Ante Mortem has the hallmarks of a true modern classic, and we look forward to seeing where Snaxolotl takes it in episode 2. Whoa! The sky is what really he popped up at me. Caffeine Injection by Misty. Caffeine Injection is a set defined by a stark contrast between somber presentation and manic action. This seeming contradiction is, however, the set's greatest strength. The compact, unrelenting, effortlessly shifting gear from freeform brawl to choreographed encounter and back again, takes on a more contemplative tone when framed against the backdrop of a desaturated, almost autumnal hell. At moody tech base shot through with vivid and colorful highlights, one of Misty's more otherworldly settings. Whenever part of the mind is not occupied by trying to stay alive, will doubtless appreciate the atmosphere, allowing the set to shine all the brighter even in the rare moments of quiet between the storms. Despite what its title may imply, Caffeine Injection is a little more than a simple shot in the arm. It is stimulant and sedative rolled into one, the perfect distraction for doomers with a love for both challenge and ambience. Nice. Oh, cool! Ooh, shadows. Ooh. Ethereal Breakdown by Immorpher and others. Ethereal Breakdown makes as one of this year's more innovative and interesting releases. A community project for Doom 64 is already a rare feat, but it's not merely a retreat of Community Chest 64. We got 33 new levels selectable via hub map, enough to Doom guy manages to win the battle against the demons in his brain by finding the artifacts of mind, spirit, and body hidden in some of the maps. Can the final level be tackled? While some of the maps stay close to the Midway/Williams formula, several contain offbeat and creative set pieces seldom seen in Doom maps, 64 or otherwise. Add to that a slick presentation and some new and modified music to ensure that whether you're a 64 aficionado or someone who has more of a passing interest, you're bound to find much to like in Ethereal Breakdown. It's beautiful! Just look at this! Beautiful! Oh yeah, you can even see the trees behind me! I'll just flip my face away for a moment. Look at this! It's beautiful! I'm just trying to wrap my hand around how you managed to make stuff like this! And Doom! A fucking 1993 game! Nah! Corrupted Cistern by Chris Lutz. Get ready to don your flippers as Corrupted Cistern immerses you into the world of ancient watery caves and catacombs. Although you'll be doing very little swimming, as a matter of fact, you will be surrounded by waterfalls and pools, which coupled with their map's expert use of lighting and detailing, call to mind the water temples of Unreal's Napeli, understandably cited as the main influence. Chris Lutz utilizes the Ancient Aliens texture pack skillfully here, and the map flows well enough that you'll have no problem navigating the catacombs labyrinths in search of the 2 keys needed to exit. Finally, with Jimmy's excellent atmospheric media in the background, you won't be missing Siren and MCA's music as you explore the cistern. Chris Lutz stated that this map began as an experiment with the UDMF format with the UDB editor. We are pleased to say the experiment is a resounding success, and we'd be delighted to see more where that came from. Okay. Wow. Again. How? Azazel's Second Descent by Bloodbath Giraffe. Okay. With only one prior published work, Azazel, yeah, there we go. Azazel's Second Descent represents a massive leap in ambition for Bloodbath Giraffe with its 32 massive maps, plus 1 credits map. The influences are worn proudly. The episodic structure of Site 2 and of Eternity, the publishing combat set pieces of Sunlust and the Started series, with some obvious tributes. Even the grand architectural spectacle of Sunder are combined with new custom threats to deliver an engaging and lengthy journey to defeat Azazel and his demonic army. There's hints of our larger story, just as when you stumble into a chaotic throwdown between 2 warring factions of Hellspawn, but the endgame remains the same. One demon's descent is ultimately a Remy's ascent. If you have your way. So enjoy the sights and put both sides of this conflict to rest. Cool. Hey. Wandering Line Massacre by Ninja Delphox and Arsenic. There we go. The 2 authors of Wandering Line Massacre play a game of mapping tennis with one another. Loving rowdy, action-packed micro-hell revealed massacres, returning with puzzly, enigmatic, or downright silly vignettes, whizzing back and forth until you realize you're a third of the way into the Mega Wand already and don't feel like stopping yet. The duet format has historically shown to be a compelling way of giving a map set both diversity and a stable authorial signature. In this case, the very stringent limitation of 100 line depths makes for a unique type of cohesion. Maps that can look similar in form and function but have different philosophies under the hood. 100 Line Massacre shows how to do such tiny constrained maps well in the maps with some constrained maps well. In the maps with discrete areas, just about every fragment builds off of each other or interfaces in some way, making the stages more than the sum of their parts. Looks like a Wrecker, which I didn't finish, by the way. Elysium's Curse, Episode 1 by Bree. Okay. Bree has been positively on fire this year, releasing a series of short episode 1s that each look more stunning than the last. Elysium's Curse, however, feels the most complete and inspired in its confidence. A beautiful alt-text-based piece which, while immediately eye-appealing to anyone looking at the screenshots in its release thread, benefits from an additional level of polish and metal, as if Bree was a landscapist adding those few small and not readily apparent touches to a painting that elevate an already stunning work to unparalleled heights. You will come to learn and appreciate these aspects soon after basking in the splendor of Elysium's Curse visuals. For one thing, Bree makes a point of keeping the levels short but tightly connected, as by having each map stars off from where the last left off, and I like that, and I love that. And even making the player revisit earlier areas from previous maps provides a major sense of atmospheric continuity. Oh, Bree brings forth castles, temples, underground caverns, and ruinous jungles in a coherent and cohesive world that make you question whether you are not actually playing one large map. And I think this is just the first episode of what is certainly shaping up to become a very promising Mega Wand. Okay. Okay, so the box of 1,000 demons by Thalok. There, and now it is there. Because earlier it mentioned it. I was like, where? But no, it's there. Compet by Thalok. Okay. Competently designed Doom mods intended for mass appeal are always welcome, but there's something special about a mod with a unique flourish, one presented by an artist as much as a mapper. The box of 1,000 demons further establishes Thalok's distinctive style in an OTEX packing mega wad, with maps intended as a series of isolated and varied challenges rather than a cohesive whole. Players will traverse shadowy ruins, grimy technological remnants, and hellishly abstract constructs, but there's more to this world than meets the eye. There's no story text to give the context of the trials. Each map can exist as a catharsis for the author as much as a challenge to be conquered. Considering this, the one can be experienced through a different lens, one that can be easily forgotten in the midst of demon killing and appreciated for what it offered both creator and player. Yes. Relictum by Bwin. Bwin, there we go. Okay. Relictum presents an odyssey of ineffably doomy unlikeness, sprawling perpetually outwards in a seemingly endless array of courtyards, crypts, nucage sluices, warehouse, freight yards, cathedrals, techno chambers, cathode towers, temples, basements, and boweries. Earnestly beautiful and in an understated neoclassical sort of way, Relictum is a showcase of artfully composed and intricately layered stock texture usage accentuated by attractively subtle lighting, and in the imagination coalesces as a vast, surrealistic seascape conjured in a dreaming mind. It's far from a serene dream, however, experiencing it firsthand reads as an interminable pilgrimage through an endless dungeon. Incredibly elaborate, highly interactive, and ever-transforming layouts holds deadly traps and Byzantine progression schemes in equal measure, and real resourcefulness, wit, and razor-sharp navigational skills are necessary to clear each layer of the labyrinth. Definition of a slow burner. Oh, he misspelled it. Well, you misspelled it, because here it actually is just like relit com. I think it's worse. Stands apart in pace and tone from most modern experiences. Instead, it's exploring and reveling in the intricacies of level design to which simpler quote-unquote, shooters of Doom's vintage are uniquely suited. Ooh, nice. Sorry. Yeah. Pretty, right? Okay, so that's the last one on the list. Okay, IR Kala. Kala. I'm gonna say that. Kala comes in as a love letter to the third episode. I mean, but that's why I move my face. That's why I move my face for it. No, yeah. Oh, I can do this as well. Oh, I can't zoom in this one. Oh. But yeah, I like these little blocks in the background. The torches lining up like towards the door over here. These cages probably holding little demons, stuff like that. Yeah, it does. It does. Like these parts here look like wood, like the parts of wood. Like wood blocks, and the torches on top of it, and you could use like Deep Slate. This looks like Deep Slate. This literally looks like Deep Slate. This thing here looks like Deep Slate. And real talk here. Can we just say that is the lamest name for a block ever? There's also like this little like side thing. Man, it's so small. Anyway. Okay. Urukala comes in as a love letter to the third episode of the Ultimate Doom, reimagined with as many attractions as Hell can conjure in 2022. Spearheaded by Stormwalker, who's dressed up with flashback to Hell a few years back, this map set is an experience both old and new. The familiar structures of old have been definitely modernized as Gothic castles, but the hellscapes providing striking vistas and decorated with insignia and corpses on the walls, and with as many patterns of flesh and blood as the eye can see. Grimstone better, yeah! Which was the original name, by the way. Seriously, just why? The original name was way better. Anyway, this type of craftsmanship is not the only thing Urukala excels at. The levels are just at the right level of difficulty to keep you on your toes, but not have you sweating bullets or feeling like you're talking a walk in the local, albeit very hellish, park. I highly recommend Urukala to any Infernal fan. It's undoubtedly one of the best reimaginations I've seen. Nice. Okay. So let's read this little part here. Real excess. The original realism. Know what that is? I mean, I don't remember what it is. Anyway. Unleashed into the world in 2011 has stood the test of time as one of the wackiest arcade mods ever released for Doom. And now, 11 years later, Kinsey, Shadzi, and guest contributors have returned to deliver an even more zany and outlandish package in Realism 2. Truth be told, if I had to describe Realism 2 using 2 words, it'd be more realism. Wow. Indeed, those familiar with the original package will be instantly familiar with what's on offer here, including the return of fan favorite maps such as Gotrot Island and The Bridge Too Far, trademark. For the uninitiated, however, Realism's core gameplay revolves around waves of randomly selected monsters to fight using randomly selected weaponry in the middle of randomly selected conditions. What the hell? Is that really how Realism actually is? It's just random, purely? Okay. All 3 of which can be different on each turn depending on how the reel decides for you. Now, despite being bigger, badder, and better, Realism 2 this time also offers a town map where you may acquire new armaments and supplies. Shut it up with the locals who, I assure you, are truly a fascinating lot. Maybe discover a surprise or 2 along the way. Okay. It's an excellent attempt at adding a modicum of progression without compromising the game's arcade-oriented sensibilities, which are strongly geared towards replayability. To top it all off, Realism 2's success in the community has led to an outpouring of community add-ons for it. So in case you ever felt like there just wasn't enough wackiness or randomness in your reels, you've got even more explosive content to look forward to. It wouldn't be unfair to look at Realism 2 as more of a replacement for the original Realism than a proper sequel, although that hasn't stopped people from taking apart the original Realism and amping it up to bring it up to speed with the second iteration, which, when all is said and done, is a testament to Realism's fun gameplay and strong impression on the community back in 2011, and even more so today. Cool. Almost done. Okay. Okay, now this is the multiplayer awards, which I know is not something that personally interests me, but I still can be curious about what the community can do sometimes. Okay, so we have 2 together. So we have Horde by Alex Max, which I know is a name that I heard again in Malpain, in my Malpain's call, like Malpain shoutouts at the end, the patron shoutouts. Jesus, there's so many names in here that I heard Malpain shout out. And the Odamex team, and Hordamex by Xanero, and the Hellforge community. The multiplayer event of the year crashes the awards, to no one's surprise. I don't want to be tarred and feathered for admitting it, thank you very much. However, the project does present a dilemma. What exactly should be awarded? This February, Alex Max and the Odemix team announced the release of the Horde mode. It is the spiritual cousin of Zendronum's Invasion mode that's been around for well over a decade. However, for Odemix, it marks one of the first major forays into the field of complex, scripted, cooperative modes. It's also a combination of slow and careful expansion of Oda's PvE capabilities such as ACS and the survival mode, and Killing Blair's implementation of fancy new standards like MBF 21 and D Extra. Okay. And D Extra. Okay. D Hacked Extra. Okay. The goal is simple. Players must split their workload as monsters teleport into the map in increasingly challenging waves to ambush and overwhelm them, usually capped off by a boss wave. These waves aren't prepared in the typical hard-placed Doom fashion, but semi-randomly spawn from their assigned definition. The mapper specifies monster types, the combined health range of the wave, pacing variables, and the arsenal parachuted in for the players. The game automatically. Okay. I think it was more of a typo than anything else. Automatically factors in the difficulty and player count. Et voila! This makes mapping for Horde relatively fast and easy, though custom monster and weapon definitions are constantly constrained by capabilities of the extra / MBF1, just a massive pro or con depending on your opinion on the decorate jank. Okay, wait, hang on. I'll need to pause this to watch the video. Hey, come back. I want to see this. Whoa, cool. That looks like fun. It actually does look like fun. And I'm not someone who does multiplayer stuff, but legitimately looks like fun. Okay. Horde provides a few core example maps, but set ease of mapping and the small post-release craze meant that a different map set became the mode's flagship and the second half of this cackle war. The Hellforge Collective, directed by everyone's favorite MP celebrity Xenero, organized the Horde mapping community project Hordemex, short for the Hordes of Odemex. Okay, of Odemex. Okay. And mappers descended upon it like some type of swarm, a host, a throng. It resulted in 54 maps. That's like 6 megawatts or something. No, that's not. That's like 1. That's like 2. Almost. It is an overwhelming. It is an overwhelming boo amount of content. It's really written. It's really written there. It's really written there. Boo. It's really written. Boo. Of content. Of course, there are some missions from names you'd expect: Bridge Burner, Major Orlean, Capelli, or Instant Gazebo. Oh god. There's also a number of MP communities veterans shipping in, like EXL, Rot King, Dragonfly, or Remarath, or a slew of maps from Horus co-programmer Electric Brass. The maps range from easy to slaughterish, from simpler boom style to Doom in Hexen's Doom for framerate hogs. You know who the usual suspects are. They include over 40 unique wave definitions, many custom monsters that supposedly strain D-Hextra to its limit, and visuals powered by Yukiro's illustrious OTEX. The Hellforge and Odemex communities had held lots of events and test sessions, so the final release is a polished, well-proved product of a dedicated fanbase. Even there was a grand reveal hosted at this year's online QuakeCon. Damn! It's impressive how community enthusiasm can make or break a mode's landing. Horde already found this crowd. Horde already found this crowd. What the hell? What the hell, dude? Like push, perhaps. And unlike Invasion itself, which never gone off the ground properly, And so, 18 years after Alex Max led the mapping flagship project to a brand new Z-Daemon game mode called CTF, her own new mode became usurped by other mappers too. Congrats to everyone involved. Okay, Arrowhead. That's exactly it. Arrowhead. This logo is exactly what you think it is. Okay. Frantic DM2 by Arrowhead. Oh my. Let's start with an apology. The fact that Arrowhead wasn't featured among the most promising mappers in last year's ceremony is retrospectively a big sloppy egg trickling down my face. Now, Frantic DM wasn't exactly a groundbreaking hit. Like a lanky teenager in his first suit, it was a little too tall here, a little too constricted there. Now with the swagger of, wishfully, 3 WWE wrestlers in a trench coat to convince the guy in the liquor store that he doesn't need to see an ID. But it's also it also was a full dual FFA Mega WOD by a fresh mapper, yet perfectly serviceable and without glaring errors, checking most of the boxes any self-respecting DM WOD should. It was competent. 1 year later, Frantic DM2 is a... wait, hang on. 1 year later, Frantic DM2 is a 32 map Mega WOD for FFA, and it's gone into full adulthood. It's truly impressive how much more confident Arrowhead's designs seem just a year apart. The dimensions of the layout suddenly feel perfectly appropriate for the intended player count. Second release candidate give up the pretense of working bomb sticks spawns if FFA embraced the armor's SSG status quo. A sign of a well-oiled tester feedback machine with a receptive mapper at helm. The author specifically mentions laser focus on intuitive map flow and unhindered movement, and I must say the promise is well delivered. In fact, with respectable verticality in most maps and barely any lifts in sight, installed stairs. If the stairs cover 50% of the real estate, I wouldn't be surprised. Beautifully shaped, wide, semicircular, unmissable stairs you can reverse run into by memory. I feel like I'm being bribed here. I also gave points for more adventurous map flow, mostly gone on symmetric arenas and essential bits of jousting. BFGs are dispensed with gleeful daring with just the right amount of climbing a small ledge, jumping a short predictable jump, or waiting for an appropriately tall pillar to make them available, yet not a freebie pickup. Offsetter Soul Spheres create secondary focus points, where the first part follow the cookie color formula and often resemble Asian realistic of mediocrity like Onslaught. The sequel seems to take inspiration in more modern production. A hint of UDM here, mechanics here. I think Onslaught is a reference to Plutonia map. I think, but I'm not sure. Here. It seems the sequel seems to take inspiration in more modern production, a hint of UDM here, mechanics there, but creates its own character. It is also a much prettier one to look at, particularly if you're a fan of orange, tan, and beige. I particularly like the maps that color code areas with different floor/ceilings. They are so much easier to memorize for new players, yet everything remains clean looking and never slides into garishness. All in all, this is a strong map set that knows what it does best, as proven by ditching aside the game style ambiguity and forcing no jump/no crouch with map info. It's good to see a new mapper gain experience and confidence so rapidly, but it's even better to witness their willingness to learn. This should be a great born independent large party FFA pick for many years to come. Cool. Okay, so here we have a Samsara Refractor. Remember Samsara, the hero class mod by Terminus Terminus S13, potential one that allows you to play DM or co-op as Duke or Ranger, Caleb, or that's really written. That's 5 ors. Or with their specific weapons and new skills. It was quite a hit back in the day, but then it started collapsing under its own weight and the endless class editions. It mercilessly chewed through new managers, developers, as they quickly realized that what hellish chore they signed up for. Well, Samsara Reincarnated is back under new management of Shiny Metagross and team. At this time, it tries to refactor and consolidate, not just endlessly expand and patch. Good luck. Cool. Okay. Community news. Breaking news. The multiplayer Doom Federation and the World Doom League decided to merge their efforts under the umbrella of a new entity, Doom Central. Continue from MDF's Discord server with joint administration, it promises the same cross-port support from community action with more of its own infrastructure. Cool. Speaking of the two organizations, each ran an Odemex CTF tourney this year. MDF started with another iteration of Vengeance in January, a league based on flags scored rather than twins, promoting aggressive play over careful tactics, at least in the group stage. The playoffs then switched to a traditional round-based format. Neither of them bothered Team Jogo Bonito led by Ninja Dog with Ed, Sharp, and Rusty King, who comfortably won both the group stage and the playoffs. Ended with a 3-1 win over heavy-hitting modern old-school zombies Dragon, Denzoa, and Toby, who barely squeaked into the playoffs but then warred back against higher seeds. Then over the summer break, WDL ran its 12th season with a classic format all the way. The group stage was won by Sorrier from Fourplex, captained by Ninja Dog. Okay. Along with the EX Wiz and Salt Mine, they only dropped one close match, then steamrolled their way through the playoffs to win it all over second seed veterans of Best Ever, Ross King, Vinny, and Caution. The playoffs were particularly a one-sided affair since SFP cleverly chose a rarely used home field map and capitalized on its peculiar playstyle. Z-Damon lives! Z-Damon introduced a slew of interesting features. There's a speedrun mode in continuous development that tracks times for permanent leaderboards, some reminiscent of Odemex Plasma Bomb mode, and certainly something that could revive the rocket jumping scene. There's also been a drive to recover all missing tourney results, and they've been added to people's profiles. There's one more error to fill in. 2008 to 2011, when brackets weren't working and stats were kept externally by me. Sorry, no rest for the wicked, I guess. Now we have gameplay mods awards. Okay. Start directly with Gun Banzai by Toxic Frog. There's been a trend in recent years of mods that add stuff rather than replacing it. Augmenting whatever else you have loaded with some form of additional functionality, allowing the curation of some towering Skyrim-esque mod load orders in pursuit of unique, personalized new ways to play. Such additive mods can be a bit tricky for modders to put together, depending on how much they're willing to try and account for all the weird stuff other mods do. But the end results can be a real blast upon Voltroning together a unique step with your favorite map sets. Gun Banzai is the latest in a growing line of such mods, and it makes a strong, persuasive case for players to stand up and take notice. Shocking. Okay. Your Super Shotgun has gained level. Choose an upgrade. Attacks. Shocking inscription. Attacks paralyze enemies. Sub-munitions. Killing an enemy releases a bunch of bouncy explosive. Okay. Simply put, every weapon in your possession has its own XP bar. Fill it by damaging the demonic hordes. Fill it by damaging the demonic hordes. Once it's full, you can hit the info key to level it up and apply a new part to it. Every now and then, you yourself will level up, and letting you apply a universal part to yourself like instant weapon switching. It's not exactly complex, but much like its inspirations in the modding fields of other games like Duke 3D's War of Attrition, which the author cites as inspirations, It's a satisfying gameplay loop that doesn't get in the way or break when stacked atop other gameplay mods. The perks you can apply to weapons are a satisfying bunch, ranging from electrical paralysis stuns, killed monsters dropping bouncing bombs, projectiles spraying hit-scan bullets everywhere upon impact, double firing speeds, and so on and so forth. Some perks are elemental in nature. Selecting one locks you out of all of the other elements until you achieve mastery of that element through further perks and level ups, adding a nice bit of extra strategy to consider when deciding which particular superpower you'll inflict upon the hordes next. One thing that caught me by surprise is its sheer compatibility with other mods. It's remarkable just how well the mod knows how to handle all the different weapons other gameplay mods can throw at it. While hurling a bunch of different weird things in this direction, I never had it suggest perks that didn't make sense. Example, hit scan perks for projectile weapons or vice versa. Even with my own weird mods full of bad coding, inventory items and other potentially robot confusing things, it always proposed stuff that worked, and an impressive understated feat. One valid criticism of Gun Banzai is that it can quickly turn you into an overpowered behemoth, which I mean, yeah. That being said, it has an impressive set of knobs and dials to let you adjust the balance for the mod or playstyle of your choice. Then you decide for yourself the wins and hows of your newfound powers being doled out. That being said, I still crank up the difficulty or weighted to harder maps that you usually play with this loaded. Close the difficulty gap a little and let you enjoy the deeper end of the Doom mapping pool without cheating or drowning. Gun Banzai and Indestructible over in the mini-mod Safari sidebar over there. Wow, that's a nice segue. On the damn nice simultaneous first releases. The damn nice simultaneous first releases by Toxic Frog. We can only hope they aren't her last. Just because as far as opening salvas goes, this is a pretty undeniable one. That is weird. Can't just say that this is weird. This currently is weird. It's called Voxel Doom. It's weird. I'm just looking at it, I'm like, it's, but man, look at that ass. Okay, Voxel Doom by Chilo. Okay. 3 difficulties of Doom's original assets and characters. It's safe to say, have a bit of a bad rap. At best, they've been semi-competent, but didn't look much like the sprites they were replacing. And at worst, they were uglier than the truth with tree trunk stiff animations. Damn. As tools, tech, and education have grown, and more people have access to 3D software like Blender and the knowledge of how to use it, more skilled 3D artists have joined the community. And resolved to use their skills to pre-render sprites in the traditional Doom visual style without ever letting a single polygon touch the game directly. Of all the curses that hover menacingly over the Doom community, the curse of the 3D models that suck was one that nobody was willing to try and break. But, well, here we are. God damn it. Chilo's Voxel Doom takes the longest possible road, intending to adapt every single frame of every single sprite into a separately crafted voxel model, i.e. a sort of 3D sprite made up of cubes, take the item pickups in blood. Each frame taking all the individual angles of the original sprite into account. This is incredibly labor intensive, and the path that has yet to be completed. The Doom 2 monsters have yet to be finished, but the end results do something that has never been accomplished before in nearly 2 decades of trying to cram polygons into the original Doom games. It looks correct. The new voxel models look like they were there from the very beginning. From distance, you'd be forgiven for thinking you forgot to load the mod, but then get closer and see the angles you'd never be able to see with the original sprites. Gazing up on monsters above you, staring down at their corpses, figuring out what the hell the Baron's death emission's doing. And additional perspective-based distortion from getting up close to a 3D object, particularly visible on the pinky. And you realize that the most incredible bit of work that Chilo has accomplished with this project has been to effectively make himself invisible. Every previous attempt at 3D-defying Doom's assets has been very much filtered through the author's objective interpretation of the original sprites, or some other overarching artistic objective like, what if Doom, but Quake? As they try to figure out how to make everything make sense in 3D. Well, this is of course also true of Voxel Doom. It never actually looks or feels like it. Not a single cube looks out of place. Every single thing, even the bits that weren't visible in the original sprites, looks and feels like it had always been there. As though someone had broken into it and created 3D scans of the original clay and latex models, even for the characters that only ever existed as sprites. Wait, hang on. Yeah, it's not starting to. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. Every single thing, even the bits that weren't visible in the original sprites, looks and feels like it has always been there, as though someone had broken into it and created 3D scans of the original clay and latex models, even for the characters that only ever existed as sprites. This might sound a bit pretentious or nerdy, but there's a sort of truth present in these models that has never quite been present in previous attempts. Voxel Doom is a subtly towering achievement, both in the sheer amount of work poured into more or less sculpting every frame individually, but also in the sheer immense quality of that work, that may also serve as a useful resource for future modders, allowing them to bend the Doom bestiary into new and interesting animations and poses is also very significant, but it almost seems secondary. Absolutely worth packing on your next trip through the iWads or Vanilla Boom or Vanilla/Boom map set to add a little extra depth to your adventure. Visually, I mean. Alright. Mini-mod Safari! Mini-mod! Not all mods are complete gameplay overhauls. Here are some smaller yet perfectly formed mods that have caught my eye over the past 12 that deserve a quick shout out. Loot markers is a simple little utility that makes items appear on the automap once you see them. Oh, it's cool. This helps with making getting 100% items slightly less of an exercise in soul-sucking tedium, as well as helping scrounge up spare health pickups after a big fight. Bullet Time X lets you make like Jong-Woo, simulating the slowing down of time in a much more complete way than I've seen in any other GZ Doom mod so far, replete with pitch shifting and even world elements like doors and lifts slowing down. That's cool. Hexen unofficial update aims to sandpaper over some of the more notorious flaws in Mirror's ever divisive switch hunt 'em up. Finding a locked door highlights the appropriate key on the map. The mage has been heavily rebalanced, and those centaurs are now considerably less immortal upon raising their shields. Okay. Indestructible adds live system and second wind mechanic, briefly turning you into an invulnerable time-freezing moment of death upon getting wasted by a weird fireball. Useful for turning the tables on those smaller maps that you really want to play but have a moral aversion to saves coming through for some reason. Friendly Zombies gives you a pair of gun-toting, text chat abusing undead buddies to hang out with a proclivity for digging up new weapons for each other and a host of customization options to the point of being able to give them silly names of your choosing. Okay. Stray Doom is about cat and cat-related products. That's it. I'm curious about I just want to see. Okay. Oh, sorry. It's okay. Okay. What the hell? Get the hell away. Yeah, I felt deleted, thank you. Dick. Okay. Hey! Not bad. Thank you. Okay. Now we're almost done. We're almost done. I mean... okay, we can do this. We can do this, guys. We can do this. Even though it's been 4 hours I've been reading this. I've been reading the Kaka Wars, but... I'm doing it. Okay. So the first one, the first separate award we have, the More Death Award, is surprise release project with the longest development time. It was the winner, Knee Deep in ZDoom's vanilla technology, by Fraggle, Restless Rodent, and Andrew J, Zoka, Mikola, Negwika, and Nine Inch Heels, and Shuei and the PR Boom team, and others. Damn, they're gonna take a while. Okay. Knee Deep in ZDoom is unquestionable. I love to say that. Knee Deep in Knee Deep. It's fun to say. That's fun to say. Knee Deep. It's fun to say. Just say it. Knee Deep. 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 Knee Deep in ZDoom. It's so fun to say. It's unquestionably the technological wonder of the year, which says a lot when sharing the podium with a beast like Jump Wad. Surely its 14-year development cycle must be a fascinating story of overcoming adversity, or at least juicy delve hell drama. Well, no. One young SL Fortune, Sanahod, or Knee Deep in ZDoom ship upon the seas in 2008, they quickly ran aground. Despite possessing a bunch of awesome vanilla tricks and boundless talent, some design ideas had proved too ambitious. Vanilla limitations, too crippling, mechanicism. Okay. The limitation is too crippling mechanism, too laborious, and thus ASL Fortune started back to Next instead. This project went to hibernation around 2010 to 2010-11, and wasn't unfrozen until 2020. This isn't everyone else's meanwhile story. The complex tricks and hacks of Knee Deep in ZDoom were enabled by a long string of brilliant people, their deep knowledge and indispensable tools written by them. Limitation is said to breed creativity, but the strange yet limits of vanilla before it starts breaking down, corrupting memory, or bobbing out for whatever reason are rarely communicated well. Chief among them is the Visplane Overflow Crash, striking whenever a mapper dares to spread their architectural wings a bit too ambitiously. But where exactly is it? What causes it, and is it still there after modifications? These questions dogged 90s mapping, and it was no different from Knee Deep in ZDoom and later BTSX, and later back to the next. Until Restless Rodent hacked Fraggle's Chocolate Doom sometime in 2008 and created Choco Render Limits, which relaxes crashes, reports numbers, visualizes HOMs, etc. It quickly became a must-have for any ambitious vanilla-compatible project, and when combined with Andrew J's Visplane Explorer plugin for Doom Builder, mappers and testers were finally provided with a chance to debug the scenery without screaming at the DOS prompt in frustration. Other extremely useful overflow information is revealed with error pop-ups in one test, if one tests with PR Boom Plus in its most paranoid setting. Particularly the underrated special hit overflow that crept up as a surprise threat for Knee Deep in ZDoom. Speaking of complexity, another long-standing hurdle was the absolute maximum size of the block map, which led to a balancing game between the map size and complexity, but when and Vendetta team veteran Zocom began his deep dive into the inefficiencies of existing node builders in CCA mid-10s. He soon developed his own called Zocom BSP, with wild optimization options that allowed to squeeze considerably more juice out of that limit. And to circle back to Fraggle, in 2019 he released Fraggle or Fraggy. I don't know. In 2019, he released the DHack 9000, a Python library that greatly facilitates DHack management and creation. Using custom weapons and enemies become easier than ever, and more economical too. Still, all that concerns analysis, management, and testing. Worthy causes, but none address the core fact that vanilla is too basic for emulating the complexities of ZDoom. That changed in November 2018, when Mikola discovered an obscure vanilla bug further known as Miko Portal that overflows sector height and makes an actor fall through the ground endlessly without losing friction, and earned the 2019 Mako Award in the process. This instantly led to the follow-up idea, emulating Boom's Voodoo Doll conveyors. Through experimentation by Liguica and Nine Inch Heels, a functional, almost, reliable setup for vanilla scripting was born. Suddenly, little Doom grew wings and became Boomlight in what could be dreamed up. This is when SLFortune pressed the assembly button, and after 2 years of automatic, seamless, and effortless process that didn't require a decade of experience with extreme vanilla mapping, knee-deep in ZDoom is ready for shipping. Nice. Okay, and now the Code Award, most noteworthy programming effort of the year. Seems as though we actually have 2. Boris Iwanski. He made for the Ultimate Doom Builder. Whoa, hang on, I'm gonna say that then again. Boris joined December 24th, 1999. God damn. Last visited 4 hours ago. God damn. Some reward projects aren't born overnight with a single release, but are built up over entire years. They're not on anyone's mind at first, but when name dropped, everyone in the know lines up with an empathetic of course. One of such is this dedication to Boris and his continuous work on Ultimate Doom Builder. UDB, of course, builds upon previous work of giants, from Code Imp, Doom Builder 1 and 2, to Maxed, GZ Doom Builder, to ZZYZX, aka Jewelkey, GZ Doom Builder Fix, transition to Ultimate Doom Builder. It is impossible to frame this as one man's heroics. But over time, the public itself clearly grasped that Boris' submissions to UDB pushed the editor to the next level, making even hardcore vanilla enthusiasts realize that UDB is the future and Anattack is the future, and Anattack's Doom Builder X fork is the next to follow the favor. Perhaps principal among these is Ultimate Doom Builder Script, Boris' own scripting language for programmatical map building tasks that facilitates or outright automates some laborious structural or detailing chores. There we go. Many Hellforge members size with relief as their hyper-detailed 6-layer 3D pentagram just pops into existence. Almost equally important is the constant optimization work. Doom Builder 2 / GZ Doom Builder's long-standing sore spot was always performance, with memory leaks galore and accompanying inevitable crashes. Those were in fact the primary reason from Doom Builder X's existence. Boris backported some of Anattack's fixes and continues the good optimization fight. An expert could probably write an entire article about modern Doom coders turning away from wild hacking and embracing principles like continuous integration, but even a layman mapper will celebrate less error boxes and autosave retrievals. UDB also became available on Linux with the help of TP Judas and Axing Direct3D. The slight downside is increased requirement for OpenGL support following GZ Doom's cutthroat model. UDB also adopted support for Doom standards and definitions old and new. MBF1 chief among them. 21, sorry, among them. But also including previous glaring omissions such as DHacked and its new age progeny DHacked Extra and DSD-Hacked. Also notably, support for external resource management like Doom Make. All in all, Trust Elevator used to be a personal preference, but in current year, give up and embrace the Ultimate Doom Builder. Just do it! That's it! There's no other choice! Just do it! And then we have Matt Tropiano with Doom Tools. Okay, hang on. Hello? Huh? Oh. Okay. Some reward projects just drop one day and they are glaringly obvious, but barely anyone knows they even exist. Like a red dwarf star that only matters for the planet that huddles in its vicinity for the heat support. The honor universe sadly ignorant of its usefulness. God damn. No, stop itching. One of such is this dedication to M-Trope, to Matt Tropiano, or M-Trope as is said here, and his continuous work on Doom tools. Are you organizing a Doom project? You don't need Doom tools, but whether you know it or not, you want Doom tools. There are a set of low-level command line utilities that help with setting up and managing a project and its resources in a software project-like manner. Doom or Boom's more layer fascinating editing features are deeply hidden under a layer of internal formats and opaque processes. So most people throw away dreams of creating complex changes and stick with whatever basic mapping on an editor allows. However, these tools facilitate some of the crazy resource hacking that people mostly associate with ZDoo and its scripting. The heart of the beast has to be Doom Make. One could make a comparison to CMake, but one crucial difference is that Doom Make isn't a Lovecraftian beast that devours your soul in a labyrinthine syntax. It's a pretty damn easy way to set up a structure for your project and then assemble it from the parts. It also quickly became integrated into tools like Slate and UDB. This may seem like a lot of initial work, but if you're creating a magnum opus that will shake the world, organize yourself. Yeah, you better do that. Another fantastic tool provided is DecoHack, a utility that reads in simple scripting language mimicking the unfortunate decorate format and automatically converts into a dehacked patch. This makes managing dehack behavior easier by several other orders of magnitude. With support of MBF1 and DHacked Extra, it's a tool that automates out a crazy amount of awful management of complex dehacked setups. Matt provides many more scripts for basic resource management like Boom's animated definitions that perhaps only the most hardcore mappers will ever explore, but that is only a testament to how deep the options run. For the rest of us, if you don't record PK3 files, Doom Tools makes version control feasible and thus makes it possible to avoid ever again stepping on rigs such as I lost track of who last edited this map and I accidentally updated the public release with a years-old beta version. For that alone, it would be an invaluable toolkit for Doom project organizers for years to come. Yeah, pretty sure about that. Ozonia made by Deadwing. Someone that actually I knew a lot of Moonblood, like I said earlier, and I'm really glad that they managed to get okay. Anyway, focus. So this category is called Odyssey of Noises, which is a reference to map 29 of Plutonia. But the part of it, it's a dude. It's just a sad dude. Best original soundtrack for a Doom project. And here it's Ozonia OST. The score for Dead Wings Ozonia, much like the map set itself, is a multifaceted work which brings together and refines artistic and sonic elements established earlier in the author's career into something new and distinct, enlivened and informed by resonance with those older modes and moods. The original Moonblood accentuated its desolate, fatalistic atmosphere with the score of disconsolate, down-tempo post-rock material with a slight blues inflection backlit against cold, minimalistic ambience. And the more experimental Exo Moon was swathed in layers of gauzy. Detached and often mithering synth and ethereal jazz to complement its slower paced, explorative gameplay, and key selections from both of these older soundtracks appear on Zonia, fitting in perfectly, for indeed, they're all part of the same lineage. Ozonia naturally brings a wealth of new material as well. Its musical world is livelier and more inviting, built around open, bluesy guitar work and a decidedly funky rhythmic soul. Orbited by shimmering clouds of synth and pockets of symphonia to lend an element of fantasia to surprisingly worldly core. Peaceful and subdued, Moonblood Shrine is the overture used for the opening map and for narrative interludes, and as such, it seems to serve as Ozonia's unofficial theme. Its extended synth notes and lilting strings drifting around somnolent beat and only barely spurred on by a sleepily plucked bass. The Banquet, something of a sinister track used for the protagonist's return to the demon world, is equally minimalist and far more sinister in tone, with eerily murmuring acoustics and an icily reserved pace. Both pieces are deeply nostalgic in their way, seeming to reference and resonate with older chapters in the Moon series, while acting as bedrock on which the newer sound can grow and thrive. The vibrant Minds Like Magnets is the natural standard bearer for the album. It, too, opens on curtains of somber ambience, which recall that older time. But soon emerging from the mist of warbling synth is a funky beat that forges forward with real verve alongside a gutsy, driving bass line and jazzy key accompaniment. The groove is irresistible and immediately roots itself in the part of the consciousness that compels you to tap your toes, just in time for the guitar to fully start itself for the real first time via a wah-pedaled, thoroughly bluesy solo of real soul to stride through, which is incredibly energizing of one's immediate actions in-game, and lends a sense of upbeat adventures and wonder to the game's often shady, ruinous locales. The wistful Fear of Heights reads as a mirror reflection of this idea, with a similarly smooth, driving beat which floats poignant guitar leads between thunderheads of terse, industrial tone riffs. There we go. My personal favorite, the striking volcanic dam. Vulcan. It's like it's really exactly like band volcanic dam. It brings the bluesy heart evident in the other tracks even further to the fore, inflecting on it with smoky jazz elements and lush Hammond organ, with that perfectly complements the weird and remote locations for which it tends to be used in game. It's this juxtaposition of earthy, strident melodies and rhythms of real warmth and emotive power set against the starker and more abstract backdrops of ambience that lend the album, and to a large degree, the experience of the game itself. Its distinct character and tone, Deadwing explores the theme thoroughly over the course of the game. Endless Citadel is a somber and more instrumentally baroque track, vested with arch piano tones and a very reserved beat, but retains the subtle warmth through blooming whorls of mellotron. Hot Pressure, the album's major envoy of crunchy electric guitar, is the up-tempo and unabashedly rocking, while Skyscrapers and Void emphasizes rhythm above all else, and seems to seek to reconcile the sheets of hazy ambience which have heretofore existed on the periphery of the compositions by bringing them into the center alongside a more overly electronic beat. The magnum opus of the soundtrack, that's Refuge, which fittingly accompanies the game's climax, organically blends all of the many elements touched upon earlier with a remarkable deftness for a song that seems to look back in reflection on all of the hardships of the journey to that point, while maintaining a determined and historically uplifting forward drive, communicating that no matter how far life seems to have gone off course, and no matter how stacked the odds, this is still a fight that you can and will win. Like its forebears, Ozonia is set in a world rimmed in dust and steeped in gloom, but as with the story of the game itself, Dead Wing's music here doesn't simply ruminate on past glories, but forges ahead with a vital energy and rarely brilliant outlook, all the more affecting for all of the passages of shadow and uncertainty met along the way. Okay. Now we're to the Mock Award. Most creative, unusual, or artistically compelling project of the year. Doom RPG project. Doom RPG port. Whoa, hey there. That it is indeed Jakobsen from that game. By Eric194 and Anna Carver. Of all the various fragments and chunks of id Software's distinguished and oft-touted history, possibly the least well-known and least documented is their venture into mobile games, just as the mobile market transitioned from the old feature phone G2ME, paid $10 on your phone bill to get an arcade clone that controls like complete shit, era to the dawn of the 99-cent smartphone app age. With Carmack on the tech side and his then-wife Catherine Kang heading up design and production, the majority of id Mobile's releases were simple, enjoyable little turn-based dungeon crawls that are well worth a play. Sadly, the march of technology, Apple's lack of interest in backwards app compatibility, and post-Carmack's general disinterest in repairing his little hobby projects have ultimately led to almost this entire arc of his history being unplayable in the modern day, outside of a single Nintendo DS release and emulating the lowest spec G2ME versions, which lack a lot of audiovisual polish of games that reach that platform in wildly varying quality emulators. It's a sad state of affairs, especially considering how accessible the entire rest of its creative output is these days. Thankfully, the community has a proclivity for taking impossible as more of a challenge than anything. Anna Carver, Anna Carver, damn, that's hard to say. Anna Carver was able to recover the seemingly lost high-spec brew version of the very first game of this era, Doom RPG, and Eric194 has reverse engineered it and faithfully resurrected it on modern PCs. The end result is the best version of a forgotten obscurity and a great starting point for delving into the stranger corners of his ludography. As the name suggests, Doom RPG takes Doom back to a streamlined, simplified version of the dungeon crawlers of the early 90s, with turn-based movement and occasional stat boosts. Most of the gameplay consists of the traditional Doom staples: shooting monsters, finding secrets, navigating environmental hazards, and solving simple puzzles, but all with their own little quirks that give the game its own personality and voice. Different monsters have weaknesses to different weapons. Lost Souls, for example, are big fans of fire extinguishers, while zombified dogs can be mind controlled using collars and used as weapons shields. Puzzles entail examining computer terminals and occasionally eccentric NPCs for door codes, Environmental hazards usually come in the form of fires to extinguish and broken doors to smash with fire axes and secrets. Actually, secrets are pretty much the same bush wall hunt as ever. More things change. Doom RPG is not complex or genre redefining, but it fulfills its original purpose. Quick 10-minute romps while waiting for the bus, with gusto. And the enhancements of the Brew version fall off some of the rough edges with textured floors and ceilings. More animations and sound effects that aren't all just weird MIDI honks. MIDI honks. Bringing the game back to modern players is a feat of both reverse engineering and preservation. It fills me with joy to see in this state to be readily reintroduced to a fresh set of players who may have missed its weird, slightly goofy take on the series in the first time around. Hopefully this preservation effort continues and we get to see similar ports and resurrections of the Nintendo games further down the line. Cool. Yeah, I'll leave that there. Screw it. I'll leave that there. I want to hear it again. It's good. Okay, now it's time for the Creator of the Year, to Deadwing. This year was quite a close call for the Creator of the Year. The decision came down to the wire in December, which is as late as I've ever witnessed it myself. And in the end, it goes to Deadwing, the one-person Swiss Army knife behind Ozania and his OST. Some background. Deadwing's first Megawatt, Moonblood, already showed the penchant for imaginative, sharp-fanged combat and intricate progression, and for design inspired by staples like Doom 2 and Plutonia, as well as the works of Eric Holm and Nicholas Monty. It had immersively nocturnal and apocalyptic settings, and devious setups involving lower numbers of dangerous monsters, like a vision of Plutonian infected with Deadwing's signature style. Exomoon amped up the non-linearity and took cues from BTSX's scale and atmosphere. Its worlds had this enchanting lonely mood and an off-kilter pared-down look, combining into a feel that is hard to come by among Doom P1s. It's one of those works that captures an offbeat sense of design values, as if ported in from a different timeline. All this time, he was composing his maps backing MIDIs, indispensable for building the vibe, but also mellow and restrained, willing to see the foreground to the action experience. Zonia, the third Megawatt of the Moonblood series, which is less a sequence you need to play in order and more a shared universe deal. Put it all together. While more streamlined than Exomoon, it preserves its willingness to use the occasional map primarily for ambience and storytelling. It also has the proficiency of the architectural craft. Ozonium, like much of Deadwing's work in general, is defined by a rare blend of intensity, extended stretches of almost mannered calmness that explode organically into vigorous, deadly fights. The contrast wielded skillfully for pacing's sake. While I could go on longer about Ozonia's compelling aesthetics, the year had no shortage of creators who delivered in that sense. So let's discuss some characteristics that are more particular to Deadwing among the candidates. Authors in the Creator of the Year discussion invariably have shown a stellar command of some facet of the experience. In Deadwing's case, that is combat kinetics. His setups are consistently satisfying and dynamic, which flows from a strong grasp of important encounter design concepts. Ease of assembling. Arena shape. Oddball arena shapes. Think less flat circles and squares, more L's, V's, and hashtags. Organic caverns, constructs stitched together from more than one shape or merging from the way one area borders another, etc. Tend to produce more interesting encounters. Among other things, they impede the player from running effortless loops, which in turn creates more reactive and chaotic interactions between the player and monsters. A nuanced model of pacing. He also has nuanced model of pacing. The concept of pacing is not restricted to high intensity versus moderate versus low. Each type of intensity can be differentiated further by the nature of the action within it. Quieter stretches of Osania sometimes use very sparse action to accompany parkour of sightseeing or swimming in the ambiance. And sometimes the minimalist combat itself is the centerpiece. By shifting between different flavors of engagement, it can sustain its calmer downbeats for longer. For something more dramatic absolutely has to happen. And there's also staging. How fights are presented matters. In Zonia, you get the usual mix of teleport ambushes and closet traps. There's also a bevy of other reveal traps, like a tendency for monsters to open doors or lurk around corners and in shadows in clever ways. It's easy to do this in the two zombies behind both sides of a doorway. The doorway gets predictable very quickly. A pitfall Zonia avoids. There is a particular sense of theatrics and even rhythm that its setups have by design, which help fashion its drifting, desolate mood. He obviously did not invent this principle, but neither did Dishonored's previous recipients invent ideas like a compelling aesthetic experience. Putting them together so well, backed by an individualistic gameplay philosophy, is the stroke that counts. Personally, I love the slower and light slower action that is popular these days, and I also don't mind relentless intensity. But I'm just as much a fan of having a broad range of good ones to play that hit different bases. So when it comes down to it, something off the beaten path done really well is my favorite archetype, Denwing's work, which has a lot to say about how minimalism can also be pulse-poundingly fun and a treat for the senses, deserves that label in spades. Nice. Almost done. Haste and presentations. The need for speed blazes on in 22, as the DSDA saw its third consecutive record-breaking year for demo submissions, most of which were probably dubs. Many new players joined the fray. CraftLab continued to pack DSDA Doom with exciting new features. The Doom Speed Demos Twitch channel continues racking up kills on autopilot, and of course, many records were set or broken. Stay tuned and watch the speed demos submissions for in early 2023 for former of the year's notable demos, but for now, in the spirit of speedrunning, let's not waste time and dive into this year's highlights. Starting with Ultimate Doom UV Speed, a confused human shaved tick after tick from everyone's favorite hangar to reach a new UV speed / pacifist in 8.8 seconds. Zero Master, no doubt inspired by a message he received from John Romero himself, soared through the walls of the Phobos anomaly using an intercept overflow to achieve a time of 17 seconds. Newcomer Woes 5870 refined the E2M7 Thing Run to improve the long-standing record by 5 seconds to get 10.69 seconds. Nice. In Nightmare Speed, a pair of boss levels were bested. E2M8 by Gosu Noob in 28.66 seconds, and E3M8 by Billa in 17.91 seconds. If you prefer your demos max, Night Terror knocked nearly 2 seconds from E1M4 to get 1 minute 30.11 seconds. Looper bested High Django's impressive A1M7 run to get 2 minutes and 14.69 seconds. Mini War erupted in E1M8 before T3 claimed the first sub 1 minute run with 59 seconds and 59.43 seconds. And Miaoji squashed the Cyber Demon in under 30 seconds in E2M8 to get 29.54 seconds. Moving to marathons, Brookie maxed E1 in 18 minutes and 51 seconds. And E2 in 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Newcomer Banshee Doom would improve E1 to 18.40 minutes, to 18 minutes and 40 seconds, and also take E4 down to 21 minutes and 54 seconds. Zero Master would speed through E4 in 3 minutes and 31 seconds. And JC Dorn with Nightmare Speed with Secrets, E2 them. Yeah, that's JC Dorn, right? Well, GCD with Nightmare Speed with Secrets, E2 down to 11 minutes and 31 seconds. Expected to sequel, Derek would take a stab at UV Speed to bring map 4 down to 25.88 seconds. Some non-standing maxes fell here as well, with Kinetic Beverage shaving a second from map 1 to get 38.91 seconds, and Booking knocking a second from map 7 to get 45.86 seconds. On movie side, Looper has cut over 6 minutes from the UV Max D2 All so far, though the run has not been submitted. A taste of things to come. Alternatively, for a heavy dose of TAS goodness. Almost Matt 1 spent over a year of work refining the UV Speed D2 wall with modern tricks to complete it in 9 minutes and 42 seconds. Try not to blink. Your eyes will thank you. Hang on. Okay. Spoiler, good old one. That's right. And you're going to put my favorite, obviously. Say obviously because I literally passed through all of them except for like Legion of the Lost, which I stopped there, and then Agni Rhapsody I just didn't play, but all of the others I played. I think I've actually played Death Spell a little bit today. Doesn't matter. Okay. Considering the most final of Dooms, except not, we saw the fall of the Tysons as Foreshock Blast would maneuver his way through TNT map 30 in 36 minutes and 34 seconds. And Plutonium map 30 in 1 hour, 22 minutes and 56 seconds. Thus filling in the last of the undone IWAD Tyson runs. For some Plutonia pacifism, El Durango leaped to 6.86 seconds on map 1. Colin McAwesome borrowed Zero Master's intercept overflow trick to finish map 11 in 6.43 seconds. And throw the 6-string glided map 13 down to 29.03 seconds. Zero Master introduced a new Void Glide on map 22 to cut over 40 seconds from the UV speed down to 23.2 seconds. To 23.2 seconds. Yep. Movie-wise, Nightmare Expert GCD completed the first Nightmare 100% secret run of TNT Episode 1 in 38 minutes and 35 seconds. And even made it to map 18 in the same attempt. Wish him luck in his Nightmare 100% secrets Doom, all of Doom 2 attempts. We also saw Darth Plagueis 3 turn in their first UV fast the Doom all of D2 all for TNT in 6 hours and 52 minutes. In POL Paradise, with an effort that started in 2021, Sunder was thoroughly sundered by Zero Master, who completed recording max runs of all currently existing maps. However, a number of other players joined the fun, with Dan87 destroying map 15 in 1 hour and 23 minutes and 26 seconds, and map 32 in 1 hour, 2 minutes and 5 seconds. David Assad defeating map 18 in 1 hour and 4 minutes and 54 seconds. Kinetic Beverage killing map 19 in 1 hour, 56 minutes and 31 seconds. And Blue Cultist beating map 20 in 1 hour, 21 minutes and 57 seconds. Razik's Megawatt Judgment would get the demo pack treatment, including a fully completed UV Max table. Dimensions remains a Max's favorite, with several maps getting steady improvements, including map 1 by David Assad in 7 minutes and 21.63 seconds. Map 3 by Starduster in 4 minutes 28.606 seconds. And map 3 by Kinetic Beverage in 11 minutes and 31 seconds. 11 minutes and 31.26 seconds. In other solo maxes, check out Hell Revealed map 1 by MHRZ in 58.97 seconds. Lucky Eddie shaving 1.5 minutes from Ancient Aliens map 28 to get 4 minutes 42.69 seconds. Nice again. And longtime runner Henning Skogstad returning with a series of Sunless Maxes. C map 8 in 5 minutes and 4.20 seconds. Nice. For speed, newcomer Laura is sent to Honorary Frog and Toad in on map 10 in 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Destin Territory, Pretian punched out Ancient Aliens map 28 in 1 hour, 9 minutes and 25 seconds. And Akalai, I know that one. Match the nuke because I know that name because again of Malpain. Because of Malpain shining out names of patrons. And Akalai matched the Mucus Sloan in 1 hour, 41 minutes and 41 seconds. Derek managed to navigate Frog with a UV speed D2 wall in 8 minutes and 52 seconds. Several complete Mega Walls will receive UV Max D2 walls. Roofy finished 180 MPV since this is the French Mega Wad. This is a French Mega Wad. I'll say it in French, of course. 180 minutes pour vivre. 180 minutes pour vivre. Yep. That's it. Or in English, 180 minutes to live. In 5 hours, 12 minutes, and 2 seconds. And can I say, this is funny, because Roofy is actually, wasn't Roofy part of it? Part of the Megawatt? Anyway. Andrea Rovensky ran through anomaly report in 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 32 seconds. CJ39 completed Article Zenith in 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds. Blue Cultist erased their eternity in 4 hours, 53 minutes, and 24 seconds. Dashi freaking Tian dashed to Genesis in 5 hours and 24 minutes and 12 seconds. Akalai jumped through Jump Wad in 2 hours, 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Calmake Awesome trounced the TVR in 1 hour, 30 minutes and 11 seconds. And Axel finished Zone 400 in 2 hours, 41 minutes and 57 seconds. Now for the last, almost last actually, stuff. What are we still waiting for? Does this enormous list suggest the boundless enthusiasm for Doom and its relations, or the hubris that will inevitably lead to the community's downfall? Is this the same boilerplate text as last year's column? The answer to at least one of these questions is yes. Okay, so we have A Boar in His Barrel, Abscission, Action Doom 3, Adventures of Square E3, Age of Hell, a Mega Demo Party, Autobiographical Architecture, Autumn Flock, Avactor 2, Backstar Next Episode 3, Breakpoint, Serial Killer, Cypher, Cybershade, Listening in the Abyss, Dark Universe Episode 2, Dark Moon, Delirium, Deluge Onset, Deuce Vault 2, Doom Refired, Doom The Golden Souls 3, that I know of. Yeah, that I know. Dwelling, Earthless, Elementalism Phase 2, which is one I really want to see actually. Eschatology, Epoch, Final Doom The Way It Did, Gossip, Happy Time Circus 3, Headless Chicken, Heretic Curse of Darkness, H-Pack, Insanity Edge, Interstellar Enforcer, Kama Sutra 2, Kuroneko Project, Kuiper, like the Kuiper Belt, Lost Civilization Part 2, New Catastrophe 2, Lunar Strike, Midnight Isle, More Death Episode 2. We'll still be waiting for that! Necromantic Thirst, Panophobia, Paralysis, Perdition's Gate Resurgence, Plutonia 3, Realm of Chaos 2, The Realm of Z Magic, Relictum? Wait, didn't we see that one? Revelations of Doom, Sepia, Sigil 2, which I'm going to play next year, if it does get released next year. Literally next year, exactly on this day, next year. Of course, by good old Johnny Boy again. Sigma X, Squenched Evac Hostage, Strife Mothership, Somber Density, Sunder version 2 because it's still not finished, Supplies, Threshold of Pain 2, Treasure Tech Land, TNT 2 Devolution, USC Takeover, Ultimate Doom in name only, and Velopax. Did you know December 10th? Did you know December 10th marked the 29th year anniversary of Doom? Duh. Did you know More Death Episode 2 was still not released in 2022 despite over 24 years of development? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the guy just abandoned at this point. That the guy is just gone, but it's pretty much just a running gag at this point. Finally! We're done! I did not think that would be that long to read through all of that. Jesus. It's really... I've been literally doing this for 5 hours. Reading. Just... freaking... reading. Holy crap, it's 1 a.m. Okay, well, okay. Well, now I know what I'm not gonna be doing next year. What I will be doing next year though is, well, play Sigil 2 when it comes out. Because, I mean, I know it was already gonna be a thing, but like I said earlier, like 2 hours ago or something, I did not know that John actually planned it. John Remo didn't plan it to be released for next year for the 30th anniversary. So I'll play that when that comes out. I'll play it on the day it releases because I want to do something special for Doom. I wanted to do something more special for today, but then again, yeah. because the thing is that with the Doom community, I just hear like bits and pieces, you know. I hear the biggies like Scythe 1 and 2, Valiant, Ancient Aliens, like, you know, Fraternity, the big ones. But I do hear about like the little lesser known ones like 50 Shades of Great Hall or like Scythe X, because let's all be honest, it's way less popular because you know, since it's not finished. Epic 2, bunch of others, you know, there's so many. But by reading this, I can really properly see where the community is at now. Literally, where the Doom community is at right now. Because of that, by seeing like fantastic stuff like Elementalism, that's one I really want to play, legitimately. Because that one looked so cool, so beautiful. But then again, I will get to that point because now my ward list will have to grow even more by adding those 10 wards. Don't worry, I won't add the runner-ups. I won't add them because at that point it would just be way too much. I won't add them unless I would get them suggested by people. I would get them suggested by other people and a bunch of other things, you know. So I would get people to suggest me was to play after I'm done going through that whole list if I eventually do start it. Because it is a thing I want to do. There's so many things I want to do, man. So many things. So many games I want to play on live stream. So many projects that I want to do. So many like long-term projects. So many things I want to do. But for someone who don't know how to use time properly, it's gonna be a problem. But anyway, I mean, I actually do realize that this probably wasn't the most enjoyable live stream, but I could say that it was still, I mean, I don't know, maybe you just wanted to like listen to me, like just listen to me talk and just say stuff. You can just put me on background and listen to a little bit of the music at the same time, even though yes, I'm talking over the music. Yes, I am very aware of that. But I hope this was somehow entertaining in whatever way possible. I hope this was entertaining for you. I know this was entertaining for me to do because I really didn't see those 5 hours go by. seriously, I really did not see those 5 hours go by. It felt like 3 minutes. I mean, a bit. I mean, it was starting to get long after a bit, but I was still fascinated. But actually looking at the timer, like 5 hours. Oh my god, how did I manage to get all to that? It feels like it's been so less time than that. But still. Again, I hope this was entertaining in whatever way possible. Happy birthday, Doom! Again. And I'm really looking forward to next year for Sigil 2 and see what John does. See what John Romero does with it. It's not gonna be the Doom map set that he said it was gonna do. It's not it yet. That's gonna be for another time. But anyway, if you made it onto this point of the video, I mean of this thing, whatever it is. Thank you for watching or listening. Thank you for doing whatever it is you did. Well, in whatever way that you assisted to this, whatever way it is appreciated. Very appreciated, because I don't know, just do whatever you want, and that's pretty much what I did. I did whatever I want. I did what I wanted. I wanted to read through because I wanted to know how far the community, where the community was at this point, because I was missing in a lot. Because I'm not someone who follows the community a lot. I'm not on Doom World actively. I do go on the wiki. And I am subscribed to Dicino, Mild Pain, and Big Mac Davis, but Dicino is more towards the more recent community, because he did play Overboard, which I almost watched, by the way. I almost did, but I didn't. Like at the last second, by the way. I was starting to watch it, like, ooh, it looks cool, and I'm like, no, wait, no, stop, because I know I was going to end up like so much. Because I did see a little bit of going down, and Jesus, do I love it! Just looking at it, it looks so cool. But I don't know if actually I would like playing it, which is a whole different story. But anyway, just a whole long outro to just say, Doom is old. But the community is as well, to the point where we actually lose members. Where the community dies a bit. When we lose members of the community, tragically, and we lost 3 to this year. Lost one that was 51 when he died, one was 40, and the other was 32. Very, very devastating stuff. But anyway, make sure to include everyone, whatever time zone you are. Whether it's good day, good night, good evening, or good morning, or even good afternoon. Most importantly, take care of you. With that said, let the curtain fall, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. Also, Doom forever!